You guys should also go check out Sky, because he's amazing. But I want to get started right in it today, because we are so close. If I go to continue, yes, we are at the end of chapter 10. Which I think only means we have 2 chapters left. I hope, because I am so done reading all this. Last time was fun. Last time we got to murder. Yes, we killed the uncle. We killed him. Hi, Drew. What's up, Sky? How's your night, bro? How you doing? Always good to see ya. But we murdered last time. It was great. It was wonderful. Finally, the uncle is dead. But we also found out that Takano might have killed Tomitake? Which, why? How? Huh? I have so many questions! So many! And I need them all answered tonight! Tonight! I really want to get through these last 2 chapters. I hope it's only 2 more. Murder! You just vibing tonight? I like a good vibing. Oh, hell yeah! Hell yeah! Well, get comfy, because we are gonna be here for a while. Let's do it! Yes, yes! Yay! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Jesus, that is some loud rain! That's some loud rain, I gotta turn on my headset! Wow! Alright, it's raining! That's always good to know, right? It's fine! Let's get into it! Yay! Hopefully there'll be more murder! At first, I thought it was a dream! The hell is that sound? What is that? The fuck is that supposed to be? It doesn't sound like a cicada. What is that? Okay, what? I was staring at this strange sheet, not really understanding what it was. That does not sound like a cicada. The other ones do. But that one doesn't! That one sounds weird! Must be a special kind! Ye special, everyone! The special cicada only shows up after you have murdered. My favorite! He was raised by dogs! Makes sense! Makes sense! I thought it was like a goose honking. He sounds really weird, but he's just unique. That's fine. Okay, I was staring at a sheet, not really understanding what it was. That was all. I didn't go after it, nor did I ridicule it. Huh? What's he talking about? The fact was that the boring view was the ceiling of my own room. But I didn't realize that for a fairly long time. I guess the ceiling could look like a sheet of paper. Hey, Aquaman! Welcome on in! Thank you for the super sticker! What is that? Baby lemon looking up to a lemon character? Fuck, I didn't read that. I didn't get to read it until I bought their lemons. Oh, they're adorable. But welcome on in, good to see you. We just got started. We did start early tonight. I wasn't gonna start for another 2 hours. Thought I was gonna be a little busier today. But that's good. That means we have all the time to finish this shit. I just want to see what's gonna happen. This chapter has been so weird. Oh. Yes. I thought I'd been dreaming. But I had actually been staring at We did murder, right? It wasn't a dream? Hello, hello! What's up, Arden? Hi-yo! How you doing, night, bro? Good to see you, good to see you. How's your Tuesday? Has it been a lovely Tuesday? I hope so. It's been a very lazy Tuesday for me. But it's been nice. You're doing great? Oh, I love to hear that. What made tonight so great? Are you comfy or did you have to go do anything today? Did you just get to relax? Cause that can always be nice. God, that other cicada is really throwing me off. What? It just by the voice of the cicadas. Even after I realized I was awake, I couldn't draw forth the energy to sit up. That's like me every morning. You have done absolutely nothing? That's a pretty good day. I like those days. You better make sure to eat something. At least. Did you make any food? Did you? Did you guys have food today? What did you guys all have today? I made my chicken broccoli alfredo, and it was amazing. Takes like an hour to make, but then I got like 3 days worth, and it's so good. It's so good. I love it. Did I read this? Yeah. I'm already losing track. Everything I could see, everything I could hear, everything was like a television broadcast that had already ended. It was hot. Just like Sky showing Lyra's stuffed pepper. Yeah. Damn right. I've never had a stuffed pepper. But that's because I don't like peppers. Hey, what's up, Niku? Good to see you. How you doing tonight? What's up, y'all? Guess who just made an analog horror? What? Hello? What? Huh? I need to know more. Niku, what? Are they okay? Your stuffed pepper is only okay? Gotta be more stuffed. Yeah. What did you stuff it with? I guess I don't really know what you put in a stuffed pepper. The only one I ever saw was when my old roommate was here. That was like the only thing he could make. And it was just meat inside of a pepper. It is just meat? You don't put anything else? Huh. I mean, that's pretty simple. I like that. If only I liked the peppers. It's a FNAF analog horror? Ooh, I wanna see. Hey, what's up, Kichio? Good to see you tonight, bro. How's it going? You just get the microwave? What? Sky, stop microwaving everything! There's microwavable stuffed peppers? What? That's crazy! What the fuck? But you can put whatever you want, really? No? Yeah, it's a TV dinner? Wait, what was the no for? What was the no about? Is that no because I told you to stop? Stupid! Yeah, you can have microwave stuffed peppers? How? Wouldn't that make the pepper terrible? No, I'm not stopping! God damn it, Scott! This is why you're a beanpole! You got no nutrition! The microwave takes it all! All of your nutrition goes to the microwave of gods! Yeah. What? Did I miss something? Oh, okay, the analog horror? The first one's about Chica, and the second one you're working on is about Bonnie. Love 'em. You posted it today? If you want to watch it later, Kaiju, where can I watch it? Put it in my Discord. Put it in the Discord and remind me to watch it after stream. Cause that sounds fun. I only need coffee and alcohol. Sky. Somebody's gotta make this dude a meal. Jeez. You microwave your bacon. You microwave your stuffed peppers. What? You eat burritos in the back of your fridge that have been there for weeks? What is happening in your life, Sky? Oh, you'll DM it to me? Okay, that's fine. But if you put it in the Discord, more people will see it. Just saying. Just saying. I gotta get back to this. It was hot. It was hot. Mostly falling apart. Oh, Sky. You gotta make a real meal once in a while. Come over, I can make you dinner. I got 2 steaks in the freezer right now. Hell yeah. I can make a nice steak dinner. Get some mashed potatoes, asparagus. Yum, 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 yum. Dunzo? Oh, you sent it? Hell yeah. Where? Okay, I have to watch it later. How long is it? I wouldn't be able to hear it. Oh, it's only almost 2 minutes. That's not bad, but I want to be able to hear it. And I can't do that while I'm on stream. So I'll do it later. But thank you. I'll make sure to check it out. Yeah, it's only a minute something, like a minute 40. Not bad. But I'll definitely check it out. Yes. For right now, I gotta concentrate on Higurashi so we can get this done. I want to play so many other games. This is evil. It's November now. We were supposed to be done with this by now. Damn, Higurashi. Always being so long. God, it was hot. So hot, I could choke on the heat. My back was moist with night sweats, and it felt gross. Am I still muddy? Because we did bury a body while it was like very heavily downpouring on us. Are we still muddy? Or did it all get washed away? Did we change when we get home? I would hope so. Or else we would catch a cold. Understandable, it is Higurashi. These stories go on forever. I still want to do chapter 4 this year. But I think that one is actually short. So that'll be nice. But when they say it's short, it probably still has like 10 chapters. I guess we'll find out. For now, we gotta deal with Sadako. Unable to endure it any longer, I tossed in my futon. And finally, blood started coursing through my brain. I tossed in my futon? See me like rolled over? I lazily recall the long day I had yesterday when I became a murderer. The reality, as I lay here listening to the voices of the cicadas, and yesterday, so different from it. It is weird. Why do they sometimes call them cicadas, and other times they call them Higurashi? It's very confusing. Well, in order to kill Satoko's uncle, I had rehearsed, formulated a plan, and dug a hole. It was very hot, and I was tired, wasn't I? And when evening came, I went to school and called him out on the phone. Oh, yes, we did. I panicked for a moment when he asked where the police station was, but it worked out. Thank thanks for the recap. I think we can move on. Higurashi is just a Japanese word for cicada? It is, but why do they use it? Like, just pick one or the other. Just call them Higurashis. Why call them cicada? Or just call them cicada. Why you swap between the two? It's really weird. It just gets confusing. And then I weighed him and swooped down. I couldn't remember anymore what sort of emotion I like can chill my body. Rage. In any case, it didn't go smoothly, but I did it. It was very hard to dig a hole for the body. That feeling of the rain pelting down on me, I don't think I'll ever forget it. The rain, the mud, and the sprays of blood. The sensation of floundering in a swamp. Okay? When I met Takano-san on the way home, that wasn't good, no matter how I interpreted it. It was the most misfortune and uncalculated thing that had happened that night. Everything would have been perfect if only I hadn't encountered her. Oh, sounds like a translation error? Yeah. I mean, they misspell the character's name sometimes. It's pretty hilarious. How do you get it so wrong? I love it. Old games, man. Old translations. I was just riding my bike with my shovel in one hand through the downpour, utterly soaked. There is no way someone could surmise I was a murderer, bearing a body just from that information. Now I was thinking calmly, napping under the morning sun. That's what I thought. How could he even get to sleep? You just murdered someone. Like, I know he was an abusive piece of ass, but you still murdered a person. You're like 15 years old. How can you sleep? How? Still, the more I think about Takano-san's eyes, it seemed like she understood. Takano-san, she knew that I killed someone, buried them, and I've been on my way home, exhausted. Takano-san wouldn't gain anything from selling me out to the police, but that didn't mean I could feel at ease. I should have killed her. I had crossed such a bridge to get my tranquil life back. And I finally achieved it as a result. Well, you don't really know that yet. But now, for the rest of my life, for all the tranquil days starting today, I have to live in fear of when they could suddenly end. I may have twisted my ankle, dulled from total exhaustion. The fact that I couldn't make the snap judgment I needed to, I regretted it more and more as time went on. You didn't have a choice, Kiichimaru. You didn't have any choice at the time. You were tired. You were a mess. Even if you had made the right decision, you might not have even been able to kill her. She might have just beaten you instead. In that sense, parting ways uneventfully could have been the safer option. No matter how sharp Takano-san's intuition was, she had no proof. Her suspecting me didn't amount to evidence by itself. Logically, I know that. But that doesn't mean I have nothing to worry about, does it? Just worry about it when the time comes. true. Now isn't the time to be worrying. It's the time to be smiling, right? You accomplished so much just to gain a new life starting today, didn't you? Then you should be happy at this new morning. If remembering the past is too hard for you, then just consider everything up to yesterday as having never happened. You said so yourself. You bear it all like it never happened. Well, your wish finally came true. Everything before yesterday never happened. So be happy, Kichimanabara. Isn't it gonna be kind of weird that he was like the only person not at the Watanagashi festival? And he should have at least made an appearance. Let people know that he was around. I mean, I'm pretty sure the festival's going on all day. And he waited to do his attack until night. Right? Kinda night. Huh. Just seems suspicious. Yay! I stuck on my hands lazily. It felt a little silly for me to be the one doing it. I heaved a sigh from deep in my belly. The sigh got my lungs moving. It felt like I hadn't been breathing until just now. It wasn't enough to admonish myself over. All the dice that could be thrown already happened. And the numbers that turned up weren't bad at all. If I lost at those numbers, then I just have to give up, I guess. I grabbed the chest of my pajamas and flapped it back and forth. Cool air flowing over my sweating body. Hello. Okay. Nothing before yesterday happened. Nothing. Nothing at all. I'd forget it all. Yesterday was all a dream. What time was it? About midday? Shouldn't we be at school? Getting myself up and going to school this late seemed kind of absurd. Where's our parents? Why did nobody wake me up for school? The fuck? But I needed to go. Because it's not suspicious at all. I felt like going to school would be the first step into my peaceful new life. I didn't care how late it was. I would go. I go to school right now and get back to a life I had retaken as soon as I could. My lazy body immediately became lighter at the thought. I rolled up out of the futon, bounced on my knees, then leaped upright. Sure. Nice! Stuck the landing! You just got up from bed, man! It acts like it's such an accomplishment! I mean, getting out of bed sucks! But now you're just standing on it! I stuck out my chest with pride, and my chin is like a pulse! Then took a deep breath of fresh air! Oh, whoa! Did the music freak out for you guys too, or was that just me? That was weird! People are losing their minds right now, it's funny! What's up now, girl? How you doing? I mean, today is, gonna be wild! Well, we can only wait and see. Can only wait. That's another reason I wanted to start early. I would've just been watching the polls today. And I don't wanna. We're not worrying about that. We are a murderer. That's what we're worried about today. The brisk morning air had gone for a while, replaced by the crisp air of summer. Downstairs, I got a stern talking to by my mother. Where were you last night? When did you get back? You for dinner. Things like that. Yeah, we're totally not suspicious at all. Ch.3, for somebody who took so long to plan something that really didn't work out the way he planned, he did not think this through at all. Fucking idiot. Fuck the polls, fuck politics, damn right. Damn right. Yeah. But considering the importance of what I accomplished yesterday, a little scolding was no problem. In fact, it even felt like sort of a thing that would happen in such a peaceful life. I listened with an irresponsible smile and stepped outside into the sun high overhead. So my mother is home. Why didn't she wake me for school? The hell, Mother? What? How dare you? It was around the time lunch break would be ending. So just like yesterday, right? Did we do this the day before? I got a quick cough, hold on. Wait, can I do that or is it gonna fuck up? Alright. Alright, sorry. Whew, that one kinda got me a little. We're all good. Yeah, around lunchtime, everyone will probably be worrying about me. I didn't go to the festival, and I wasn't at school. Well, maybe they weren't too worried about it. Since they would have gotten a small piece of news, but a happy one, from Sadako today. Yes, the small piece of news that her uncle hadn't come home last night. Sadako probably lived her days in nervous tension for a while, thinking he might still come home. Bro, what if the twist was the uncle was still alive? Whoa, now that would be an awesome twist. After murdering him, he just suddenly is back. Now that would be wild. But eventually, those days would end. And finally, Sadako too would realize her uncle was never coming back. And then Rika-chan would quietly invite her. She would say, "You can live with me again." And everything would go back to normal. Why do they live in Rika's house? Isn't Rika's house smaller? Why wouldn't they just keep Sadako's home? Hey, what's up, Sachiko? How you doing? Good to see you tonight. What's up, what's up? We're a murderer. And now we have to hide it. Because we're totally not suspicious at all. I still want to learn about Tomatake, though. I gotta know what happened there. Oh, and everything will go back to normal. Our lives would go back to how they were before that man appeared. Sadako would start wearing that extraordinary smile, complete with those protruding canines, and fool everyone with those traps she was so proud of. That's another thing. Why do they not fall into any of her traps? We were told she puts traps in the mountain. With all that running, how did they not hit a single Sadako trap? That would have been way cooler if that's what killed them. But no. Hey, what's up, people? Good to see you. How you doing tonight? Oh, Sachiko, you're drinking some Dr. Pepper? I like Dr. Pepper. I don't know the last time I had Dr. Pepper. But it is nice. I'm gonna drink a little tea. Oh god, I put way too much honey in this one. It's fine. It's fine, don't worry about it. I'd probably be your first target out of everyone. But I wouldn't be mad. In fact, I might actually shed tears of joy at the return of something so normal. completely exposed. I wonder if I'd ever be a match for Sadako. But that would be such a pleasant thing to see, too. I gotta turn my heater off on. It's getting hot. There we go. And with such warm, fuzzy projections, I didn't feel bad for going to school so late. What is down in the field? Is that a truck? What is that? It doesn't look like that should be there. In fact, I wanted to run there now to get there as soon as I could. Instead, I decided to savor the peacefulness of just going to school like normal, without running. The world I'd obtained for myself, that gave me joy just by walking around like this. Yes. The world beginning on this very day was something I had won. Without the monumental feat yesterday, I would have never have been able to come to school so cheerfully today. I'm murdered. I'm so happy. The school gate came into view. Just then, I heard the principal ringing the bell to mark the end of lunch. It was a clear, refreshing sound. I stopped beside myself, despite myself. I let myself take it in. Tap? I had suddenly stopped. So, there was an extra footstep. That's right! When we got home last night, there was a footstep behind us. Who's following us? Who knows? I'm gonna bet it's Reina. Reina always knows what the fuck's going on somehow. With the noise, the blessedness I was feeling throughout my whole body withdrew into any pore it could find. And as if to replace it, I felt like hundreds of hairy caterpillars were climbing up my feet. I turned back, but of course, nobody was there. A single footstep could have easily been my imagination. But the footstep felt so ominous. That extra footstep I had heard after seeing Takano-san last night. With everything that happened on that insane night, I didn't mind something like that happening once. It had been a hell of a night after all. In fact, having just one hallucination was pretty fortunate. But those footsteps should have ended with yesterday, so I heard them again today. There was really only one thing it could have meant. Last night still wasn't over. It was still going. Still. That insane night. Forever. The step I heard, just that one extra footstep, was quietly ridiculing the nonsensical notion that the world starting today was completely different from the one that had ended yesterday. My classmates playing in the schoolyard all vanished inside, like the tide going in, or going out? What? When I approached the school, it felt like that warm, fuzzy scene had ended, and it didn't feel good. At the entrance, I took a quick look at everyone's shoeboxes. Sadako Hojo, she was here. Mion was here too. And Reina, of course. So who was following us? Even Rika-chan was here. Tomitake-kun and Okamura-kun were here too. In fact, I didn't see any missing classmates. If there were shoes missing, they would have to be my own. Okay, so I know I've seen it in anime, but they have like school shoes they change into. So even if the shoes are in the cubby, wouldn't that just be their morning shoes? Not their school shoes? So it still could be anyone. Cause you're the bot time for sleep, you're a bot! You're going to sleep like a bot! So you have a good night, get that good sleep. But don't forget, you are a bot. When you wake up, the world's gonna be a different day. Crazy to think about, really. Yeah, if they were missing shoes, they would have been my own. I took my shoes off and stuck them in, then took out some slippers. Oh, they have slippers? What? There wasn't a single pair left in the shoe boxes anymore. Okay. With that, they returned to their rightful state. But I stepped up onto the wooden floor. I noticed there was just one pair of slippers left. Huh? Whose? Satoshi Hojo. Satoshi, who had never been to school since disappearing last year. Until now, we had committed the exact same act of violence. But I guess in the very end, it went differently. You couldn't make it to school, but here I am. I didn't repeat the same mistake you made. I wasn't about to let myself feel superior about that. In fact, I felt an odd sense of familiarity with him. A misfortunate bond with someone I never met due to following the same fate. I headed down the hallway towards the usual classroom. It felt like it had been a whole year since coming here. Hey, did you forget Keiichimaru? Satoshi Hojo didn't really disappear on the night of Watanagashi, did he? Satoshi Hojo disappeared a few days later. On Satoko's birthday, if I was right. I didn't know what day it was. But I couldn't say for sure I'd avoided Satoshi's failure unless I remained here past that day. I was still living in that night of insanity. Wow! The teacher still hadn't come to the classroom. The other door clattered open. The one the teacher wouldn't use. So everyone turned at once to see who had arrived. Everyone looked pretty vacant. Suppose I'll greet them. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I do thank you for coming all the way out here today. Silence. When I started to think I'd fallen flat, someone finally started laughing for me. Mion, my love! Of course you would pity laugh for me! 'Cause you care about me! Oh, Mion! Hey, what's up, Sephiroth? How you doing? Good to see you! Purple Kaiju thing? That's right! That's right, I'm still doing the Dark Cube until we get through these spooky games. I'm gonna use it until I feel like I wanna. We have so many models now, I can't help myself. I like to mix it up. That's right. That's right. What's right? What is right? Doctor? Doctor is right. Good morning, Kei-chan. You're pretty energetic today. Yeah, energetic. Maybe you haven't gone out of the festival mood yet, huh? wasn't at the festival. Hearing Mion and Reina's cheerful voices made me realize how dumb those dark feelings I'd been having at the entry really were. Hey now, festival mood. I wasn't at the festival at all, remember? Before I could say that, Rika-chan smiled at me. Oh, they're gonna make me a fake alibi? What friends? Keiichi, did you make sure to watch my dance? Totally, yep. He saw it just fine. I love that Reina's in on it. What the fuck? Didn't you see how big an applause he gave you? And he ignored it when that blockhead Shion came up and made a pass at him. Take that, Shion! That's right! Wow, that felt good! Mion starts laughing at the memory as she slaps me a few times on the back. So, how did that target practice contest turn out in the end? Tomata-kun was facing me and talking. Sorry, I forgot who he was. There was nobody behind me. Huh? That meant he was talking to me? Yeah? Tomita-ke turned up dead last. Everyone had a good time with this punishment game. Okay, so they don't know that Tomita-ke is dead yet. He just was dead last in the game. That's gotta suck. Weren't you supposed to be the one in last place, Rika-chan? It was such a turnaround when you pulled off getting that chewing gum. I should have expected that from a member of my club. It was fantastic. Coming at a time like that is a feat only Furude would be allowed to do. Said Okamura-kun, breathing heavily from his nose. In my direction? Disgusting. Everyone laughed. If anyone but Rika-chan had done it, it would have been against the rules. Rika-chan gave one of her nipa smiles as she listened to it. In my direction. Reina too turned to me. No, turned towards me. And then, with a somewhat embarrassed smile, she whispered to me something I could hear. But really, thanks. Keiichi-kun. For what? That giant stuffed animal. The hell is happening? I was really happy. It's nice and safe, right at my bedside. And I made sure to give it a goodnight kiss before bed too. Aww, it should have been me! How? The class laughed at that, cheering and jeering. This whole time, the conversation had been a little bit off. I wasn't quite getting it. Why are you so dense, Keiichi? What's this? About a stuffed animal? What's this? Come on! We all worked really hard at the festival yesterday to get it down, remember? The gigantic stuffed animal. The gigantic stuffed animal? Reina seemed taken aback, but when she answered, she did it with a smile. We were having a hard time knocking it over, so we tried aiming at the forehead and rapid fire shooting and stuff. And then Keiichi-kun, you got a whole bunch of guns ready before him and shot them all. It was so cool. Wait, who was this? All the people in the neighborhood association, including the chairman, are praising you so much at the after party. One of them said he fell in love with your way of words. Tokuzu Kimiyoshi? The chairman of the children's committee, I think. He said he wanted you to entrust you. He said he wanted you to entrust you with a few of the stalls of the next festival. That's not how you learn? But okay. Hey, what's up, broken boy? How you doing tonight? Good to see you. So I didn't see the message, Bob. How you doing? How's it going? How's your Tuesday? Hopefully nice and relaxing. Gotta make sure to stay hydrated. So much talking. Tokuzo is the chairman of the refreshment booth. He's on the festival executive committee. And I give a fuck because Matabata-san is great at making things sound good, isn't he? Yeah, whenever he talks about something, it seems a lot better than it actually is. You could say that. You can't say that? Why? What? Keiichi-kun, you'd be a great salesman. If you did a bargain sale of bananas or something, I bet it would go great. The hell is happening? I thought they were just giving me an alibi, but this includes other people. How could we have been there? What have you been talking about? I mean, I didn't go to the festival in the first place. I swallowed those words. I didn't know exactly why, but in Hinamazawa, this is what had happened. Huh? Oh. Yesterday, during the Watanagashi festival, Keiichi Matabata had appeared. And he had romped around with all the usual members of his club. He made a big scene at a few of the stalls, snatched a few sticks of takoyaki and okonomiyaki in his glee, rating each of them as delicious or terrible to get everyone excited. Oh, so it is like what happened last year. Well, in the last chapter. And they'd seen a gigantic stuffed animal at the target practice game, and everyone went after it. And then I got a whole bunch of cork guns, firing them in rapid succession, throwing each one away after using it. And admiringly, I shot down the biggest stuffed animal there. And then I gave the stuffed animal, the proof of my victory, to Reina as a gift. Then our fun came to a close as we had to go see Rika-chan's offertory dance? Yeah, I don't know how to say that. Lyrics in chat, I appreciate it. Hopefully we get to some good shit soon, but what the fuck is going on? How could there be two Keiichis? There was a ton of people squeezed in there, and we got separated. But we each managed to get into a good position to cheer Rika-chan on from. Then, in the middle, when Shion came up and asked me to go hang out with her instead of watching the dedication dance, I refused and stayed put, watching the dance until the very end. Ah, so it is kind of different from that chapter. But who? Who was that? Well, everyone's been saying it, haven't they? Keiichi Matabata? I had an urge to yell in anger at my classmates for having so much fun talking about the festival yesterday Ch.3. What the hell are you guys even talking about? Far stronger than that feeling, though, was the sheer uncanny nature of this reality I couldn't understand. A Ch.3, who wasn't me, was in Hinamizawa yesterday. As I threw away my humanity, turned into a demon, and was busy beating Satoko's uncle to death. I was having a great time at the festival last night. What the hell? I had to suffer through so much, desperately holding back tears, getting so worn out in that downpour, digging holes, chasing, beating, killing, dragging, and burying. Who was this Ch.3 who had ignored me so and spent such a fun, carefree time at the festival, damn it? Who the hell stood in for me as I put my life on the line, working so hard to achieve this treasure-like everyday life? If there was another Ch.3 besides me, then what was I? On the night of the Watanagashi, where one died and one disappeared, in accordance with Orashiro-sama's curse, there was only a demon who had killed someone. Dumbfounded, I succumbed to a horrifying possibility. I looked around at my classmates to make sure there was nobody extra I didn't recognize among them. To make sure I wasn't among them. It was a horrifying thought that the real Ch.3 hadn't overslept and had come to school on time. And that I, who was no longer Ch.3, I just waltzed in here. But no matter how much I checked, the only people here were the ones I knew. The man I met every time I looked in a bathroom mirror was not here. What in the flying fuck is going on? Wow, what? What the fuck? Also, hi, Lag, how you doing? More Yo-Kaiju's reading, you're so blessed. Damn right. It has been so much reading. But we're getting there. We're getting to the meat of the story, and it's going fucking weird. So while we were off murdering Satoko's uncle, another Ch.3 went to the festival? How in the fuck? I mean, it couldn't have been Satoshi. I'm pretty sure Satoshi's still alive. And I think he's in the village. And I think I know where he is. But I'm not gonna say it. Checking in on you? Thinking of the next amount to donate? You lag. You just gave me like $100 just a few days ago. What are you talking about? I'm pretty sure he donates. But don't be going too crazy. You gotta take care of yourself. As well as tough. You gotta take care of yourself first. But I do appreciate it. But I think you gave me enough this week, at least. Damn. Lag be wild. But it helps me buy all the games. So it makes me happy. Anyways, read on, shall we? Okay, everyone. Time to start afternoon classes. Please take your seats. President, please lead the class. The teacher entered and everyone hurried back to their seats. Upon finding me, who was so stupidly late, she gave me a stern talking to. But I wasn't listening to it. Oh. So we are late. There wasn't another Keiichi before he got to school? Okay. Because nobody asked why we were Like nobody even gave a fuck. Wasn't our old life supposed to start today? Something wasn't right. It was just strange. And where the fuck is Satoko? I was supposed to go back to my old fun life after yesterday. I had set foot in an incomparably mysterious world that was completely different from both my old life and my recent one. Yes, this was, without a doubt, a different world than the one I've been living in until now. There's no way such an absurd thing could be possible. But unless it was true, I couldn't explain anything that just happened. In this classroom, I was surrounded by so many faces I knew, and yet I felt so isolated. The cicadas sounded no different than they had before now, but they seemed somehow false. The air was parched and dry, making me think, was the air in Hinamazawa always this uncomfortable? Huh? Why don't we go outside and go back in? Hey, Reina. What is it? We're in class. About the festival yesterday. About when would you say I got there? Huh? To be honest, I was pretty excited afterwards, and I gobbled down some cans of beer. What? Nobody's talking. What? I mean, it's kind of embarrassing, but I didn't quite remember some things. Is he explaining to her? For random babbling, it wasn't a bad excuse. Keiichi-kun, you said you couldn't come at first, didn't you? You called Mii-chan's house about it, right? That matched. I called Mion and told her to take Satoko in my place, since I wouldn't be able to meet up with them due to things I had to do. We all decided while we were setting up for the festival that we invite Satoko-chan. We wanted to bring her out someplace where she couldn't see her uncle for a little while. That was the same too. Mion said that when I called her. That everyone had already decided to invite her. And then we all went. Me, Mii-chan, and Rika-chan to Satoko-chan's house and brought her out. Satoko-chan's uncle seemed like a really mean person. Well, that part didn't matter. What was I trying to ask? What I was trying to ask was, when did I meet up with you? How could you forget that? Keiichi-kun, I think you shouldn't be drinking until you're an adult. Whatever. When did I meet up with you? Just answer the fucking question, Reina. Well, at my sudden threatening demand, Reina was at a loss for words. Oops, I shouldn't have rushed that. I told her I was sorry. It was at the shrine grounds. It was unexpected. You were talking to Rika-chan, weren't you? Yeah. You were having a fun talk with Rika-chan in her shrine maiden outfit. And then Reina came up and said how I'm taking you home. I was talking to Rika-chan? And I asked, Kei-chan, did you have something to do today? Then you pounded your chest and said it yourself. That letting loose at a festival was more important than some silly errand. to the shrine grounds yesterday to begin with. I never had the time to stop by a place like that. I went to dig the hole as soon as I woke up. I had a pretty hard time doing it. After that, I snuck into the school and made a call. I called him out and wait and wait. And then it started raining really hard. With that kind of downpour, the festival should have come to a halt. In other words, it ended then. From the time the festival started to when it ended, it would have been impossible for me to have swung by the shrine grounds. I was already there when Mion and the others dragged Sadako out and brought her to the shrine, and I was talking to Rika-chan. Then, where would Rika-chan say we met? The teacher went out to wash her hands, so I ran over to Rika-chan's desk and asked her directly. With you? Yeah. They were talking to each other before Mion and the others got there, right? When did we see each other? When and where? I don't know what you're trying to ask. I drank so much beer, I lost some of my memory. I don't remember a thing. Hee 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 hee. It looked like Rika-chan bought into my babbling. They saw each other when the mayor and the others came out of the assembly hall. You were in front of the ritual implement storehouse. Huh? What? The ritual implement storehouse? I never heard a building called that before. Or maybe I had, but at the very least, I wouldn't know where the on the shrine grounds it was. The mayor got really angry at you, since you shouldn't go near holy places without authority, remember? Keiichi, did you forget that too? I was too scared to ask anymore. The more I asked, the more it became clear without any doubt that Keiichi Madarabara was present at the Fanatic Shrine grounds during the Watanagashi festival. The clearer that became, the more doubts, no, fears I had. Who on earth was I yesterday? Whoever that was, he had a good time in my place and managed to go the entire day without letting them notice I wasn't there. Oh, right. When did that person leave everyone? This morning, my mother got mad at me for having stayed out so late last night. Which meant, at the very least, that Keiichi Madarabara hadn't come home while my mother was still awake. The festival would have been closed because of the downpour. If I recall right, when I went back to the house's storage room to get another shovel, I think the clock said 7. Since it was already raining hard by then, the festival would have had to close down before 7. If I returned that early, I would have definitely run into my parents. At the very least, they wouldn't have asked me why I got back late last night. So, the Keiichi Madarabara from yesterday, that meant he never went home. That meant the downpour happened. The festival was broken up. Everyone left. But he didn't go back to the house. That means... When I arrived at a natural conclusion, a wicked chill suddenly froze my spine and climbed up to my brain. That meant Keiichi Madarabara was the same as Satoshi. One day, Tatarigoroshi, he never went home. The downpour interrupted the festival, and on the way home, he suddenly disappeared. And I, who was dealing with the corpse, went home without a problem. I was so tired, I wasn't even hungry, so I went up to my room without a sound and crawled into my futon. Who was I? That much was obvious. Ch.3 was me. There may have been another one, but that doesn't negate the fact that I was Ch.3. Then the other Ch.3 was what? The voice of the cicadas steadily filling the classroom are beginning to bother me. Suddenly, I laid eyes on Satoko. Jeez, really? They took you that long? Satoko's expression was dark as always. She seemed completely exhausted. A life of agony she couldn't even imagine an ending to. What had last night been like for Satoko? Did she have fun with everyone and feel a little happier, if even for a moment? And when she went home, the end of her dream, she'd probably gone to sleep, afraid of when her uncle will return. Whoa! The hell is that transition? Also, hi, Reeb! Sorry, it takes me a minute to find a good place to stop. How you doing? Good to see you tonight. Hope you're having a good one. Okay, I know I'm late to the party, but what the fuck is going on? Bro, we don't know. We don't fucking know. Last night, we murdered Satoko's uncle. But apparently, there's another one of us that went to the festival with everyone else. So while we were murdering, another Keiichi was at the festival. I don't know what the fuck is happening. How would that even be possible? What? If you're confused, the game is doomed. It's not confused. It's just they're trying to be creepy. Like, how could there be two Keiichis? How does everybody remember us at the festival while we were out killing someone? What the hell is happening? And then this morning, her uncle hadn't come home. And then she went to school. Right now, she must have been still trapped by the rotten idea from which she couldn't be saved. That her uncle would need her when she got back. But you can rest easy, Satoko. Your uncle won't ever be coming back. I couldn't tell her it was because I killed him. And Satoko realized that on her own, that her uncle would never return, then that would truly be the end of a long, insane night. That's right. I didn't do anything wrong. I did the best possible thing I could have as Satoko's niece. Not an atom in my body regretted it. And look, calm down and think, Ch.3. From a certain point of view, isn't it convenient there was another Ch.3? I buried the corpse perfectly. A beginning wouldn't happen. But if worse came to worse, and it got out, and the investigation got to me, I now had a strong alibi, able to profess the fact that I've been at the Watanagashi festival. But accepting something so creepy and using it as an alibi. Still, if I proved I hadn't gone to the festival yesterday, it would do no good and a whole lot of harm. That was what left the really, actually bad aftertaste. You'll forget about it, Ch.3. Everything happened before today. So just forget about the Keiichi Matabata who was there yesterday too. Instead, let's watch gently over Satoko for the day her smile returns. And that day, that would mark the end of that insane, all too long night. I mean, it is pretty damn convenient, but how in the hell? How did they pull that off? So are we the demon? Because I thought it's only the people from Yamazawa that have demon sides. Keiichi shouldn't have a demon side. Unless you just naturally get one after living here for a while. But that's also really confusing. Who is at the festival? Is Satoko's uncle actually dead? I swear, if he actually is alive, I will be mad. You just had a brain fart? This whole game is a brain fart. Oh my god. That's all for today, class. Please go straight back to your homes, everyone. President, if you would. Everyone stand up. At attention. Bow. Goodbye. I thought about many things and saw my thoughts dispersed by many other things. I didn't know whether or not that time had been spent worrying or daydreaming, but either way, it came to an end along with the class. Cheerfully, our classmates got their things and ran down the hallway. Mion, Reina, and Rika-chan were packing up as well. What about Sadako? This whole day, she seemed deflated. Well, her uncle may not have returned last night, but she wouldn't have known he'd never return. How much I wanted to express that fact to her. Sadako backed up her pencil box and math workbook messily. Oh my god, I can't read. And after a dark glance at the clock, he decided. Then went to leave the classroom. We're not even gonna talk to her? Then suddenly, somebody placed a hand on her shoulder and stopped her. What is it? I watered the plants like I was supposed to, and got the printouts done. Her words, possessed by a... Fuck, I know the word, but I can't. It's a complex. I spoke loudly so everyone could hear. Hey, everyone. Why don't we have club today? It's been a while. Sadako always had to tend her uncle, so club had been on hiatus. In her mind, our club was proof of a calm, peaceful life. By enjoying being together, I wanted to make Sadako realize her days of darkness were over. I'm okay. I'll do it. Me. Well, I mean, I don't mind. If it's okay with Satoko. Under a condition. That was important. With everything up to her, Satoko gave a worried look. Come on, Satoko. It's been a really long time. Let's go crazy. Well, I'm happy you feel that way, but my uncle might already be home. Thus spoke her darkened eyes, her mouth unmoving. You've been choking on life every day for a while. You must be about to suffocate. It's not good for your mind or body. Once in a while, you gotta have some fun. Isn't that what the festival is for? Please, leave it alone. It's not like I don't want to do club again. With one word, but. She looked down. Sadako, you know as well as anyone that it's more fun being with everyone, right? We're friends. That means we can spend time together with each other. I mean, you had a great time at the festival yesterday with everyone, didn't you? Reina nearly said something, but she was too late. Keiichi-san, what are you saying? My arm on her shoulder seemed to weigh her down, and she threw it off. When exactly was I playing and having fun at the festival? The only one having fun was you, Keiichi-san. Huh? I looked over to Mion for help. But now everyone's looking down. My instincts told me that Sadako hadn't gone to the festival. But Reina said it herself. That she went with Mion to Sadako's house to invite her. Sadako-chan left on the way there. She didn't go to the shrine. Why? I realized the absurdity of what I had just said with Sadako in front of me. She said her uncle was waiting at home, and she couldn't have fun by herself. When we were in the front of the shrine, we tried to stop her too. We told her her uncle said it was okay, and that he wouldn't get mad if she had a good time. At some point, tears had begun welling up in Sadako's eyes. Sadako was so afraid of her uncle that she couldn't even allow herself time with her friends and went home. No, she was even afraid of letting herself have a good time with her friends. Keiichi-san, you must have it nice. Having a blast at the festival all night. They told me you went all out, didn't you? I'm very envious. Smiling to her, her tears began to fall. Oh, Sadako! I must provide for my uncle. It's completely different from you, with how you let your parents do everything. Sadako, I'm so glad you enjoyed yourself at the festival. I'm so glad you had fun enough for me too. I mean, I want to participate in the club too. Making such a racket with everyone is so much fun. But right now, I can't. Unable to withstand such violent emotion, a few teardrops slid down her cheeks. But even though she was having such a terrible time, not once did she ever say it was hard for her. It was sad, obstinate bravery. But the days when Sadako had to feel like that were over. Sadako didn't need to endure it, to bear it anymore. She could forget all about it now and smile. I was so frustrated at not being able to tell her that directly. Instead, I said something that I'm not sure I should have said before I thought twice about it. He didn't come home, did he? The words were deeply meaningful to me, but I didn't know if Sadako understood them. Didn't come home? Who? He didn't come home last night, did he? Your uncle. What are you talking about, Keiichi-san? Sadako shouted with all her might. When has he not been there? When? Called down? I mean, he didn't come home yesterday, did he? I don't understand what you're trying to say, Keiichi-san. Sadako, what are you talking about? I mean, that the dinner I made him on the floor. He dumped his bowl of miso on me, too. It was hot. It was messy. I cleaned up all of it. I cleaned all of it. What? What? Our stories weren't matching up at all. He... Night? And this morning, when he woke me up to make him breakfast, he got so mad at me. He would have gotten mad at me whether I'd gotten up or not. Oh, Sadako! Sadako! Pikachu went over to Sadako and said a few words of consolation. Consolation? But Sadako angrily refused those words and thrust Pikachu away. Nini! Nini! Come back! Come back! Crying, Sadako slowly walked out into the hallway. After a moment, Pikachu went after her. I couldn't stop thinking about the words Sadako had spoken while crying. I buried her uncle last night, but she said this morning that was impossible. I buried him last night, so she couldn't have seen him this morning. What was Sadako? At that point, I heard Mion's cold voice. Hey, Kei-chan, what did you mean about Sadako's uncle? Gulp. I said too much. I let my emotions get the better of me. Reina heard it too. You said Sadako's uncle didn't come home. Why? Why didn't he come home? That's strange. Sadako-chan's uncle was right there this morning, wasn't he? What the fuck is happening? I was joking at the start of stream when I said it'd be a twist that he was alive, and now he is. What is going on? What? I don't know what's happening. Hi, Tain. Good to see you. How you doing tonight? Things are fucking going crazy. Who are we? What happened last night? I'm so confused. What the fuck? How can Sadako's uncle still be alive? What? You're feeling fine, thanks? Oh, good. I'll be having a good Tuesday. Also, can't help but notice you have Black Mesa on your wish list? I have a lot of stuff on my wish list. I got like 600 things on my wish list, man. In Black Mesa, I only know because of Portal. I never really played any of those other games, like Half-Life. So, I don't even know. Black Mesa's good. Ever play Half-Life? Nope. Nope. Nope, I have not. Nope. I only knew it from Portal. I like Portal. But Half-Life never seemed that interesting to me. I don't know why. Well, I hope you enjoy it if you're up for it. Oh, I'll always play anything. I'll give it a try. But I probably would have to play Half-Life first, wouldn't I? Do you have to play Half-Life to know Black Mesa? Like, what's going on? Or are they separate? I only remember Portal saying it like once. And I wasn't sure what it was. Like Black Mesa. I think that was in the song, wasn't it? It's a remake of Half-Life 1? That's all it is? Weird. Yeah, I don't know anything about those games at all. You recommend Black Mesa unless you really want to feel the 90s jank? Hey! I am a part of that 90s jank, thank you very much! We've still got a lot of games to get through before I get to that 1,000 games. Oh, it's so much work. But I love it! I love playing these games. It's so fun. After not playing some games for so many years, it's really nice to finally get to play them. Even if some of them are visual novels that I have to read for hours. I love it! But what the fuck is happening in this game, bro? How does everybody have different memory than what we did? And what about Takano-san? Did she not pick us up? And Tomitake was still dead, wasn't he? Yeah. So why would you say he didn't come back? Come back. Kei-chan, you've been saying weird stuff for a while. Suddenly, Mia and Reina started speaking a strange and creepy voice. What were they doing? What were they saying? Kei-chan, is somehow inconvenient for you, for Satoko's uncle to be around? No. What are you talking about? Of course it would be better if Satoko's uncle wasn't here. Yeah? That's true, of course. If only you weren't here, right? Something wasn't right. But next thing I knew, Mion and Reina were smiling thinly, and their eyes were dark and muddy in a way that I'd never seen before. As our eyes met, that mud even seemed to fill the air. Satoko's uncle is an awful person, no doubt. I think we'd all be better off with him just gone, as much as you do. But he's here. There's nothing we can do, right? Nothing we can do? Something's wrong. Something's clearly wrong here. What the hell was happening? After a moment, a chilly liquid-like feeling as though my blood had been mixed with sherbet crawled up my spine. That's a way to describe it. No choice, I mean. Of course there isn't, but in Sadako will never. If there's no choice, what would you do? Reina was trying to prompt me to say more. There really wasn't no choice, so I killed him. I killed him to protect Sadako. Leave him alone. I think things will resolve themselves soon enough. Sadako-chan said her uncle is here, so he's here. He was here yesterday, and he's here today. She said so it's fine, right? Right? Mion and Reina were speaking unbelievably dismissively. How could they be talking like that? Mion and Reina, they're my friends, and were seriously worried about Satoko's abuse, weren't they? They would never blurt out something like this. And I definitely killed Satoko's uncle. No matter what Sadako or anyone else says, I wouldn't acknowledge it, because him being alive was impossible. There's no way he was alive. It was impossible. And yet, since Sadako herself said he was here, then he was alive. I didn't know why or how, but suddenly Mion and Reina were at my sides, staying there silently. Let's go home, Kei-chan. After we leave, Reina wants to go treasure hunting for the first time in a while. Wow, we haven't done that in a long time. Good. Does that mean Tatarigoroshi is still alive? What the fuck happened last night? Hi, cutie! How you doing tonight? Good to see you! Yeah, I'm busy reading, I'm sorry, it's getting so fucked up! I gotta know what's happening! So apparently, we killed her uncle last night, but it never happened. And we had gone to the festival, but we didn't. You look different today? I got the dark model. It's still a dark model. It's not that different. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, Michan is coming too. They're both going treasure hunting? That means we're gonna go to the dump. Forgot what else it'll be called. We're going to the dump. Trying to think of what might happen. The only thing I can remember at the dump, I think it had to do with Satoko's uncle. Or was that Tomitake-san? It's hard to remember. I haven't watched the anime in so long. I remember there was some crazy death at the dump. In Spooky Month over though? Normally use this model during October. Yes, but we're extending it through November. I said it before. Spooky Month didn't end. It is still spooky. I gotta get through these games. Excuse me, excuse to use this model more. I have fun with it. And I like it. I like to mix it up. Also, Michan? I didn't know Mi's or something called that. It's Mion. That's her nickname. Michan. K-chan, you should come along. Of course. You're not allowed to refuse. If words could freeze blood, then there was no doubt that they would have frozen me solid. I could hear it, a layer of thin ice, the sound of all my muscles tensing. And with them closely at my sides, we left the school, as if there were police officers taking me away. They talked about silly things the entire way home, like they always did, but they always stood at my sides, as if to prevent me from escaping. This was strange. Everything about this day was strange. Actually, it had been strange ever since the previous night. Yeah, thinking back, it had been strange ever since killing Satoko's uncle. That creepy meeting with Takano-san was only the beginning. That insane night was still continuing. Yes, it still hadn't ended. What? What's wrong, K-chan? Why did you suddenly stop? Sorry, it's nothing. When I stopped, it was distant, but I definitely heard them. An extra set of footsteps. That was proof. Proof that insane night hadn't ended. Mion left where she usually did, and finally we came back to my house. Okay, Keiichi-kun, wait here for me. Rita will come to pick you up soon. What was it? She was inviting me along on one of her oversized garbage treasure hunts? At the damn site, right? That's what it's called. But why now? Mion coming along was strange too. Mion may have accepted Rita's little hobby, but she hated fishing through garbage, so she never come with her before. What is happening? I don't know. And the location specifically being the damn site was a little creepy. The damn construction site was completely outside the flow of everyday life. It was so remote that no one ever went there, unless they thought to in particular. Nobody lived there, and there were no lights. So at night, it got very dark. I was being forcibly invited there. There is no reason I had to fear Reina and Mion. Besides, wouldn't the trouble I make by refusing them be a pain to deal with? In that way, it didn't seem like going treasure hunting with them was a bad idea. But that insane night was continuing. Haven't the sirens of instinct been wailing in my mind for a while now? Warning me that Reina and Mion were strange. That I needed to be cautious. The warning sirens were so freaking loud, it felt like my head was split in two. Reina, I actually have something to do. Something to do? Like what? Like what? I just had something to do, okay? You had something to do, why didn't you say it when Mii-chan was still here? I already told her you meet us at the dam site before he split up. And why didn't we go directly to the dam site? You just dropped me off at my house. And Mion went home. Why would we meet up later to go to the dam site when we are already together? Idiots! Rena was smiling, but her words made her discomfort clear. Sorry, I just kind of missed the opportunity to say so. Really? You're lying, aren't you? You just made that up now, you liar. That's what Reina's eyes said to me. My head hurts. I might have a cold. So I'm gonna go get it checked out and get some medicine. Really? That wasn't really a lie. My head did hurt a little bit, so I wasn't lying. Reina, she couldn't figure it out if my head hurt or not, just by looking at it. Then, I guess that's that. After staring me in the eyes for a few moments, she fired a sharp, needle-like stare at me. The tension in my body loosened, and I felt like my knees might buckle. If you're going to the clinic, then you should go soon. Sometimes they close early. Thanks. I'll do that. Make sure you go, okay? To the hospital. I will. Go. For real. I will. It seemed like Reina had realized that I was going to refuse her invitation for a while now. With how serious she looked, she might actually call the clinic later to make sure I went. I couldn't say anything careless. Lying about getting checked out was just an excuse to decline her request in the first place. It didn't matter where I actually went. Yeah, I'll go. If you want, I can bring you the bill tomorrow. Oh, that would be good. Be sure to bring it, okay? Why would you say that, Keiichi? Reina will look at it then. Another tingle started crawling up my back. There was no ignoring it. Reina and Mion must have been monitoring my movements. That wasn't normal. Far from it. All of it was insane. I did what I did because I wanted my peaceful life back. But what on the earth was that all? It was far from peaceful. Something had gone mad, leaving the world out of Kichimatabara. With those creepy footsteps I have been hearing. With Reina and Mion acting so curious. And above all, with him being alive. Where was I? Hinamazawa Village, Shishibune. I knew that much. Was this really the Hinamazawa I knew? Hey, Kichimatabara, where is this? I asked, whipping around before the front door, to face the one who had been following in my wake all day. Nobody would have been there, of course. Kichimatabara, huh? That's what I just called him. Called the one who'd been trailing behind me this whole time. That shadowy presence, always clinging to me, like he was constantly watching for the opportunity to change places. Footsteps always following me was another impossibility. It couldn't have been a ghost, so it was just impossible. So the strangeness must have been in my ears, my head, or Hinamazawa. Everything I could see was the same exact Hinamazawa I knew so well, and that gave me the creeps. Oh, damn! This chapter's going a while. Doesn't that hurt your voice? Or your throat? Nah! What's up, Cosmo? How you doing? No, I'm not even being that loud right now. I've been taking it back. I calm down when I'm reading some of these visual novels. So no, it doesn't hurt my voice. No. Nope. I've been doing this for a while. It's just more fun. It's a lot more fun to be loud. But I can't be loud the entire time I'm reading a novel. Then that would hurt my throat. After like 6 hours, it starts to hurt. But no, I'm doing good. I got my tea. I got my water. I'm all good. Yeah, but hopefully you're having a good night. I put way too much honey in my tea. It's too much. It's fine. Me dying after doing the Eggman voice? Oh, fuck. I haven't heard Eggman in a while. All I know is Yosh. Yosh. That's the best I got. I can't believe this. Those are the only 2 Eggman things I can think of. Oh, Pingus. Pingus. Yes. I love Eggman. He's great. He's great. Let's see. Eventually, I decided to go I decided to actually go to the clinic. Oh wait, are we gonna meet up with Takano-san? Cause isn't she a nurse? He's your Oshi? What? Eggman? I don't think Eggman's my Oshi, no. Moshi Moshi Oshi-san! Where is Oshi-san? We haven't seen him in a while. Have we really even seen him in this one? We saw him for a second. But mostly we're hanging out with Coach, right? Where is Oshi-san? The fuck? I really didn't want to go outside. But a stronger feeling than that desire was a fear Reina might actually be keeping an eye on me. To see if I went to the hospital. But before I went to the clinic, there was something I wanted to make sure of. It was at school. The bat? I pretended I'd forgotten something. I was going back to the classroom to pick it up. As soon as a thought crossed my mind, I was overwhelmed by paranoia. I was just going to the classroom, but I hated it so much, having to be so careful to fake it. After carefully verifying once more that nobody was watching, I went over to the locker. Yes, Satoshi's locker. I committed the crime with the bat I found in his locker, Satoshi's bat. And then I had thrown the bat into the swamp, which meant the bat shouldn't have been inside. But, what if the bat was still here? It was a very dreadful, incomprehensible idea. But if it was true, it would explain a lot. If the bat was in here, yesterday's events would have all been a delusion. No, an illusion. I hadn't killed anyone, and I had gone to the festival. I had a great time rampaging about with everyone. It would prove that Kichimatabara was really me. Proof that I was only under some strange assumption that I had killed Sadako's uncle. Proof that it had all been a wild fantasy. That would explain everything. Nothing happened yesterday. I had just gone mad, unable to separate my shocking uncle-killing dream from reality. That would explain everything. If the bat was here, would I be able to accept that reality? If it was here, nothing will have changed. If it was here, it would just mean I'd gone crazy. Preparing myself for the worst, I opened the locker door. I was actually scared of opening it slowly, so I threw it open with a bang. And just like the first time, the choking scent of smell and sweat, like a stale towel, came flowing out. There was a baseball uniform and some miscellaneous other things like notebooks. There was also a shoe pouch. And as for the bat, it wasn't here. It was how I left it when I took the bat out. There was no doubt. Yesterday really happened. Now that I knew I wasn't a lunatic, I felt relieved. But at the same time, if I wasn't the crazy one, then Hinamizawa was. And that was evidence of a reality I found just as difficult to accept. There was a noise, somehow, creeping into everything I saw, and the world was losing a tiny bit of color. So, what did I know about last night now? Now that I made sure the bat wasn't there, I didn't need to be here anymore. Shall I go? For real? To the hospital? Why wouldn't he go check out where he buried the body? Like, bro, what? It's probably near the damn site. I figured that's why they were bringing us there. But we're not going now? It was my first time going to the hospital. But from what I heard, it wasn't far from the school. My mom had told me where it was. A big, easy-to-see road went straight there. I went past the shopping street, made a turn. It wasn't overly hard to spot the signs with Iri Clinic written on it. There was one other person, an older man, there in the air-conditioned waiting room. I went up to the counter and told them it was my first time here. The man behind the counter glanced at the clock and said there would be a short wait. It was almost 5. Clinic hours will be ending soon. As I sat in this unfamiliar waiting room, I isolated from everyone. I let myself feel the cool air. I actually felt relieved. What should I tell the doctor when he comes? I could tell him I had a cold, but I was the very picture of health. Actually, I wanted him to check my head. I wanted someone to confirm for me whether I was really sane or not. Kichimata-san? Please, come into the examination room. Huh? The voice from the other side of the examination curtain. I thought I heard it somewhere before. Takano. Oh, what? Huh? 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 What the fuck are you doing here? Well, you're the coach. You're not a doctor. What? Huh? Hello? This is the first time we see each other here. Coach! What the fucking what? Coach, you are a doctor? Now you mention it, he did seem to know his way around when he was looking at my shoulder in the nurse's office. It would make sense if he was actually a doctor. I guess? That only makes me more sus about him. You're a doctor, but you also coach little kids? I don't feel safe about that. Also, hi there! Among Us. So sus. I'm not sure how to say your name. How do I say your name? I'm sorry? Osir? Osare? Osir? I'm not sure, but welcome on in. Great to meet you. How you doing tonight? Hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday. Lovely. We are going so wild with this story. Yes? Was it Oshire? Was that the right one? Oshire. Maybe? I hope so. I'm so bad with names. But welcome in. Good to meet you all. How you doing? Have you ever watched Higurashi? Or ever played any of these chapters? Cause it is wild. I don't know what's going on anymore. Everything was so straightforward until today. And now it's gone absolutely off the rails. I don't know what's going on. But I have to know. You never played Higurashi? Have you ever watched the animes? There's a few. And they're good. I never watched the newer one. I want to though. But I haven't. I want to wait until after I play all these games to go back and watch the anime. It's been so many years. And it's impossible to explain what this game is about. Yeah, that would be way too long to explain. It's kind of like a murderous Groundhog Day, where it keeps going over and over again. Is Higurashi a slice of life? Yeah, definitely is. With some murder. But it's so hard to explain it. I'm gonna have to explain the Watanagashi Festival. I have to explain Orashiro-sama. There's a lot. Just know, this village is filled with demons. This is a village of demons and human skin. And every year, around the Watanagashi Festival, someone dies and someone disappears. And last night, our character killed one of the other character's uncles because he was an abusive piece of shit. But now he woke up today, and that never happened. Somehow, the uncle is still alive. And I'm so fucking confused. I don't know what's happening anymore. Yeah, these get very confusing. They're good, but they're confusing. I think I'll watch the anime though. The anime is so much better. Sounds friendly, you know it. It's crazy. crazy. Let's see what's gonna happen here, I guess. I really want to go to the damn site, though. Really wanted to go there. Damn. It would make sense if he was actually a doctor. Come think of it, our teacher called him Irei-sensei, didn't she? I guess they do call doctors sensei, don't they? Huh. I just thought she was calling him like, a teacher. Oh yes, I'm more or less a doctor here. Doctors are really good, you know? You get to see and touch all that young, silky, smooth skin. No! The red flags! The red flags! Please! I don't trust this guy for a fucking second! This guy is so creepy! Why, dude, why? I could inject them with a weird chemical that make them my slaves and have them as my personal mates! How is this guy not the villain? This guy is horrible! I hate this guy! I don't trust this guy! I don't want to be left in a room with this guy! Thank you very much! Just seeing that made my cold go away. I'll be leaving now! Polite bow! He says polite bow! Whoa, wait! Matabata-san! A joke! It was a joke! Was it though? Come, sit down, and let me take a look at you. I'll need to use my stethoscope, so show me your silky smooth chest, Matabata-san! Somebody call the police, please! Please! That's all she said! I need help! For some reason, I felt really relieved. I don't. After that insane night, as much as I thought everything had gone crazy, Coach was here doing the same thing he always did. And I was happy for that. You don't seem to have a cold. Actually, those scrapes and cuts all over you seem to be the painful thing. Don't tell me you're playing in the bushes with short sleeves and shorts. I mean, I can't say for sure you haven't been infected with tetanus. As I was chasing that man last night, I kept being scraped by bits of trees. I didn't realize I had so many cuts. How did nobody notice that? You went a little too crazy at the festival yesterday. Enjoy that while you're young. And once again, I apparently went to the festival. Coach, did you go too? To the festival? Yes, of course I did. I may be a doctor, but I'm also on the Watanagashi Executive Committee? Whoa, what? Did you see me there? This coach was the same coach that I'd always known, and I felt like I could trust him more than my weird friends, so I asked. Well, actually, I was drinking in the main tent with the chairman and the others the whole time. I didn't go out to see the festival at all. I don't think I saw you. Oh. That was a strange question. Did you have too much to drink and forget what happened last night? And underage too, you bad child! Don't call me that! Coach let out a laugh. He didn't laugh in an unnatural way like Mion and Reina did. Coach was okay. He was a coach from the world I knew. He wasn't someone from this abnormal world. Well, this is... might seem a little weird to you, but I want you to hear me out without laughing. Yes, go ahead. I greatly welcome any shy, bashful worries you might have as you come into your secondary sex character Flynn? Coach didn't expect that question at all, and couldn't say anything for a moment. But then, he smiled calmly, and quietly answered. This is just superstition, but I heard before that everyone has 2 other people in the world who look just like them. If there was, I'd certainly like to meet him though. Also, there are plenty of fairy tales where their person's double appears. The German one's about doppelgangers. Hey, you called it, O'Shire! Good job! You called it! The German ones about doppelgangers are probably the most famous. Doppelgangers? Yes. They look exactly like another person. Apparently, they herald misfortune. And if you meet one, you're supposed to die soon. I think that's how it went. When you meet them, you're sure to die soon? The story ended directly in death. Plain and simple. And it made my spine tingle. Coach wasn't saying it to scare me though. He was just offering a casual antidote. But that made it feel all the more real. Have you ever heard one of those things showing up in Inamazawa? What? Well, I can't say that I have. Coach must have thought he was being teased, so he laughed in an exaggerated way. But when I didn't smile along with him, his laughter steadily grew fainter. I'm sorry. Well, I was sort of being serious. No, I apologize for laughing. Was there something you were worried about? I wonder if I should tell him. Then after resolving myself one final time, I slowly spoke. I didn't go to the festival yesterday. Is that right? Well, there'll be one next year. And then you can... That's not what I meant. I didn't go to the festival, but according to everyone else, I was there. Could that even be possible? Ugh. 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 After blinking his eyes in amazement, Coach thought seriously about what I was trying to say. And he answered, choosing his words carefully. Let me make sure I have this straight. Matabata-kun, you went to the Watsunagashi festival, but don't remember it. Am I right? I was trying to say something completely different, but I suppose any sane person would come to that conclusion. That night, Kichimaru was actually at the festival, but I was saying I didn't go. That obviously meant my memories of going there had failed me. But that was absolutely impossible. That vivid act I had committed during the downpour couldn't possibly have been an illusion. All these scrapes on my body proved it, as does the fact the bat wasn't in the locker. No, that's not it, Coach. I really didn't go to the festival. Please, don't take offense, Mahabara-san. Have you ever had an experience where you were suddenly somewhere unfamiliar, and you couldn't remember why? No. And I didn't lose my memories or anything. Because while the festival was going on, I was definitely doing something else. It wasn't like I was asleep and unconscious or anything. You're certain you were doing something else? I know I'm being awfully rude, but are you sure you're not mistaken? I know I'm not. My memories are clear as day, and they were real. you were at the shrine, and you were doing something somewhere else? Can you definitively prove that? That's right! The thing you did through brought me to this. There's only one way to prove that I really wasn't at the festival yesterday. And that was to show that there was no doubt I had killed her uncle. Coach saw me struggling to answer, and his eyes looked a little cold. I guess they would. After all, from Coach's perspective, I was just a weirdo spurting nonsense. Would you like to lay down? Maybe you should relax and take it easy for a bit. Sorry, I didn't really come here to lay down. You seem a little worked up. Why don't I give you a sedative that'll help you sleep for a bit? That way, I'm not being strange. Coach seemed to realize he was treating me like a deviant, and he raised his voice. I apologize if I offended you, so please calm down. I definitely didn't go to the festival. That's the truth. I understand. So please calm down. Take a deep breath. No, you don't understand at all. Coach was stunned and stared in stupefaction. I don't understand, Marabara-san. You didn't go to the festival yesterday? Is that right? I believe you. I believe you. Coach jotted down a brief note in his records. He was writing it in German, so that his patient wouldn't know what it said. But I could make a good guess as to what he wrote. You won't believe me until I tell you everything I was doing at that time, will you? No, I believe you. Please sit down. Before I sat, I tilted my head back a little. The blood in my face all drained out, and I quieted down. After taking a deep breath, I made sure I was calm now. It would have been impossible for me to be at the festival, because at the time I was... Should I tell him or not? I really didn't want to go living on like this, feeling this horrible. And I said them, the final, fatal words. Because I was killing Satoko's uncle at the time. I could smell the concrete in the room. I could feel the air around us sharpen. Nobody moved. Only the sound of the clock ticking told us time hadn't stopped. With his mouth wide open, Coach even forgot to blink for a little while. You killed Satoko's uncle? Yeah. It's fine now, Keiji Marabara. Don't hesitate. Admit it with all your strength. Yes, last night I did. I killed him. I spoke clearly and fluently. I could easily tell that Coach's mind has gone completely blank. Why would you? No, that was a foolish question. I believed it was the most direct method of saving Sadako, so I carried it out. I don't have any regrets. I see. Coach smiled thinly and nodded a bit. So I couldn't have been at the festival. I left the brightness of my house for the darkness of the outside. After that, I dug holes, made phone calls. I had my hands full. And then I attacked him, killed him, and buried him. It was pouring hard at the time. The festival started that evening, but was suspended due to the rain. was no gaps in my memories. From the late afternoon until it started to rain. There was no time for me to possibly have gone to the festival. And those wounds, are they from that? Yes. There's a road through the forest near Satoko's house. I attacked him there. He ran, but I chased him and finally killed him near the road that leads to the other town. Is that true? Killing your uncle, it wasn't some wild fantasy. I could tell that Coach didn't believe me. So I slowly spoke, not letting myself grow excited. It's true. I killed him with Satoshi's bat. I threw it and the uncle's motorbike into the swamp. I dug a hole, killed him, and buried him. I did it all by myself. Satoko-chan's uncle drove past you on a motorbike, did he? Then you predicted he'd do that and just waited? I assumed he wouldn't be leaving his house that day. So I lied to him over the phone to get him out. You called him? But your house is so far away from Sadako-chan's. I wouldn't think you'd be able to make it back there so soon after calling him. I used a phone closer to where I was going to attack him. The one at school. But, Marabane-san, it was Sunday. Wouldn't the school have been locked up? A forest ranger happened to go inside for a little bit. I slipped in when I had the chance. After that, Coach grilled me on a few different things regarding the incident. He made sure to question me carefully, looking for any contradictions in my account. I'll believe you. What you did yesterday doesn't seem like a dream. I explained everything, including minor details that only someone who had actually committed the act could explain. I could, of course. It was only yesterday. Coach realized that my story had no expedient consequences or too convenient details that would have existed in a daydream or delusion, and finally seemed to want to believe me. So, do you still think I went to the festival and lost my memory? Coach slowly shook his head. But everyone in class, they said I was at the festival yesterday. Is that even possible? No, it's not. Your classmates probably mistook you for someone who looked very similar. Then, given how group psychology works, everyone just assumed that you had been at the festival. They couldn't have mistaken me. Mion and all the rest, they were spending time with Keiichimata Bara. It was much more than just having mistaken someone else for me. But saying that out loud would just confuse Coach. He spoke to me in whispered tones. Do you feel guilty at all? It didn't sound like he was criticizing me. And even if he had, I would have gladly said the same thing. I don't. I did it so that I could return the peaceful days that he'd stolen from us. So I planned to forget all about having killed him and live my life as usual. Once Satoko's regular smile returned, the one from before he showed up, everything will finally be over. Any chance that someone witnessed the crime? I don't think so. If someone had seen me, I would have been arrested already. I am a doctor. My job is to save lives. So I cannot make any statement to the effect of condoning the taking of another's life. So instead, I will say this. Coach saving Satoko-chan. I thank you. Coach's eyes started shedding warm tears. When I looked at him, I started to feel some tears of my own. I didn't know what I was crying for. And so, for a while, the two men in the room fought back their tears. But it's strange. What is? I'm sure I killed him, and yet he seems to have returned home alive. Coach's expression immediately sharpened. Depending on the situation, there are many ways that mere unconsciousness can look like a real death to a lay person. Do you think it's possible he was just knocked out? I didn't check for a pulse, but I'm pretty sure I did him in. Can I ask you to reproduce the situation in which you attacked him, Matabata-san? Coach rolled up on a health and fitness week poster nearby and offered it to me to represent the bat. Though I may have been lost in the emotions of a beast that night, I remember in detail the number of times I swung the bat, the angle I had swung from, and the force I had applied. Using Coach as a stand-in for my... Using Coach as a stand-in for the uncle, I reproduced them one by one. And when he tripped and fell, I bashed him in the top of the head, like this. When I did, it felt different from the other strikes. I thought I cracked his skull. Coach was calmly analyzing this information, using the places I struck and the situation at hand to find out what state the uncle's body had been in. I wasn't totally sure he was dead, so I hit him a few more times after he fell. Did he react at all? At first, I sort of felt his body jolting with every hit, but eventually that stopped too, and he didn't react at all. Coach folded his arms and said a few times. And then he spoke. He's dead. There's not much doubt about it. He didn't just look like he was. I can't say very much from just your story, Matabata-san, but I think it's almost certain. Besides, you buried the corpse in mud, and that took you quite a bit of time, right? Let's say it took you 30 minutes. That would mean he was buried under the muddy water for those 30 minutes. If you don't breathe for that long, your brain will die no matter what. It takes me 30 minutes. What's up, Saku? Good to see you. How you doing? I cannot explain what's going on anymore. This game took a wildest turn, and I don't know what to expect. So after we killed Satoko's uncle, we woke up today, and he's alive. He's alive, and apparently everyone else saw us at the festival that we did not go to. So we're trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. How dare that bastard still be alive? What? How could they have fun at the festival knowing Satoko was stuck at home? I need to know what the fuck. I don't know. You mean even ignoring how hard I hit him, he would definitely have died while I buried him? That's right. It's impossible to stay alive buried on the ground for 30 minutes. Impossible. You're right. But Sadako, she says he's alive. Coach, a doctor, just gave a stamp of approval that he was dead for sure. That made it seem all the more unfair that he could still be among the living. gloves on. This is a really horrible idea, but is it possible that the person you killed wasn't actually her uncle? Huh? He's right. That could be why. It cleared up all the inconsistencies of my definitely having killed someone, but him still being alive. There's no way. I mean, we were both at Sadako's house when she was bringing his alcohol inside, and there was a man who stuck his face out the window to look. It was him, right? That was Sadako's uncle, right? Yes, okay, good. You're not wrong. It was that man. Could she have had more than one uncle or something? Not one that I ever heard of. It's just him. Could you tell me what he looked like? Well, his height first. He was about 175 centimeters. Maybe a little taller? I don't know what that is. In order to eliminate the worst possibility that I killed someone else, Coach began to thoroughly compare what the man in his mind looked like with what I told him the person I killed looked like. But no matter how in-depth my description went, none of the characteristics differed. The uncle's traits, according to Coach, were all exactly the same as the person I killed. But those traits were all extremely vague, and they weren't particularly distinct at a glance. Could you, is there anything else about him that would let us identify him for sure? Now you mention it, I've never seen it, but I believe Sadako-chan once said long ago that he had a tattoo of a tiger or something on his back. Was he part of the Yakuza? A tattoo? That was really important. Not everyone had a tattoo. If I found a tiger tattoo on the back of the man's corpse, it would prove I killed the right one. At the moment, though, there was only one other thing that would verify this. To go to Sadako's house and see for myself the uncle that I returned home despite having died. But that was far more terrifying than digging at the body and looking at its back. Without even looking at the tattoo, I knew for sure the one I killed had been Sadako's uncle. I cracked his head open and killed him. And yet, he'd gone back home. There wasn't any misunderstandings, or even the shadow of a doubt in my mind about having killed him. And yet, it was impossible for him to exist. Kind of like how Kichimarabara happened at the festival, despite it being impossible. That small calamity made me feel as though a faint but bizarre force was permeating this insane Hinamizawa. I wonder, what on earth could have happened? Despite you not going to the festival and killing Sadako's uncle, you were at the festival, and the uncle you killed is alive. None of this makes any sense. When I look at everything that way, it's almost like I'm having a nightmare, and there's no killer at all. But it's the truth. The sensation as I use my own hands, and that bat to bash him again and again. It was no illusion or dream. Coach let out a slow sigh, then after looking at the clock, got up. Let's go over this all a little more seriously. If you'll excuse me, I could put on some tea. Clinic's about to close after all. I need to let the other employees leave. But Takano-san, are we really not gonna run into Takano-san? Are you serious? This is where she works. Higurashi? Oh, that would be so fucked. Coach stood up and went out into the hallway, leaving me alone. The clock was about to strike 6. Wow. We had been here for like an hour. I was at the festival, and the uncle I killed was alive. Had I really committed murder yesterday? The only whisper of fact that proved it happened was the absence of the bat from Satoshi's locker. In any case, I was glad the coach had taken my nonsense seriously. I just confessed to murder. Normally, that would frighten a person away. But coach didn't run. He cried with me. I was glad he did. Like so, my tension smoothly melted away, and I suddenly realized I really had to urinate. I thought to use the restroom while coach had stepped out. There was one across from the waiting room. As soon as I left the room, I saw coach and 2 male doctors wearing white clothing standing in the shadows of the hallway nearby. I didn't particularly intend to eavesdrop or anything, but I was quite surprised upon noticing how uneasy they seemed. I hid behind the wall and quietly listened in. It seemed like coach was giving directions to the 2 doctors. Black tea? I'll make some. Mixin'. Jesus, the music! Holy fuck! Mixin'. I'm a barbital? A robinol? I'm not a doctor, what are those? Cover the taste with milk and sugar. He's gonna drug us. He may grow suspicious at the sudden onset of drowsiness. It's possible he may get activated and become violent. We will handle that. How many male staffs are still here? 1 mountain dog? Including us 3. What? What was all this? I think I was already agitated, despite what coach said. Was that it? Was it just a casual conversation? And it was only sounding unbelievable to me? Coach said he'll bring back some black tea and left the room. And then, in the shadows, he was telling his subordinates to put some kind of sleeping powder in the tea. Plus, they were getting extra help, in case I thought the sudden sleepiness was suspicious and started getting violent. Hey, wait, Kichimarabara! Calm down, calm down! There's no way something as stupid could be happening! I mean, he was generally listening to my story, and he even cried with me! I thought he was the one person in Imazawa who would understand. This was There are signs of fabrication or falsehoods. His memory of yesterday in particular are completely confused. He can no longer tell truth from falsehood. It's quite similar to multiple personality disorder. But as for how quickly a mental disorder emerged, it's just not normal. Maybe it's inborn, or so perhaps there were signs of it before you moved here. I'd like to take a look at any records of him staying at the mental hospital before he moved here. In any case, I wanted to take a quiet nap. The two doctors saw it deeply. I should probably you treated me like a crazy person. I believed you. I believed you. I let down my guard because I thought you were the only ally I had left after that insane night. Was that a lie? All that about thanking me on Satsuko's behalf? Were you just pretending in order to keep me pleasant? My tears fell to the floor in frustration. I was an idiot. I was an idiot. I was such an idiot for believing that bastard. I heard footsteps approaching the doctors. A man in a dress shirt with no tie came running up. Dr. Yuri, it's terrible. They found Takano-san. No way. Wow. Takano-san? Wait, where? Well, apparently they discovered a burned corpse in the mountains of Chifu. She's dead? Takano-san? The men, all surprised, exchanged glances. Dead? Takano-san? Hey, wait. So then, does that mean when I cursed her, wishing for her death, that wish was granted? What do you mean, burned corpse? Was it an accident? According to the Chifu police statement, the possibility is extremely high that she was murdered. As I cried, I laughed quietly. Serves you right. Serves you right. If I hadn't run into that woman, my murder would have been perfect. But she just had to come driving up to me and try to coerce me like that. I regretted not having killed her on the spot. But now, she was dead anyway. My curse, my wish for her demise, it was fulfilled. Serves you right. Serves you right. Risa-san died, and Takano-san died. Who's Risa? Who's Risa-san? What on earth could be happening in Inamazawa? Don't tell me that this is all Orishiro-sama's curse for this year. Like hell, let the curse be real, Coach said. Everyone present just nodded as Coach cursed at no one in particular. Yes, maybe it wasn't Orishiro-sama, but this was definitely a spell. A curse. I wished for her to die. So she did. If this wasn't just a coincidence, and she died because I wished for it, then you'll die next, Coach! You betrayed me! You pretended to believe me, but deep down, you thought I was a madman! You looked down on me with all that pity in your eyes! For now, get the black tea ready. I'll bring it inside. I don't think he let anyone besides me be alone with him. Shit! What do I do? What do I do, Keiichi-Motobuta? This time, I heard the voice of a nurse. Dr. Yuri? Oh, there you are. You have a phone call. I'm a little busy at the moment, so please tell them I'll call them back. Who is it from? Mr. Oshi-san! From the Okinomiya Police Department! Oshi! Ah, sheesh, what bad timing. Alright, I'll answer it. I gotta say, I'm pretty sure Coach has used this black tea on other patients, I don't know. He seems pretty lax about it, you know? He's a little, suspicious. Well, I mean... Also, what's up, Crook? How's it, Crowcan? Good to see you. Hope you're having a good night. We are going through insanity, man. It is absolute gaslighting to the max. I don't know My shirt's just a little wet. It's okay. We're moving on. Coach left to answer the phone. The other men headed towards the room with the teapot to make black tea, like Coach had ordered them to. Fortunately, Coach having to take that phone call meant there'd be an extra time for me to act. I had to decide what to do now. Would I let him make me a drink with sedative-infused tea, or be held down and thrown into a mental hospital? Nothing would come from starting to brawl here. They had more people anyway, and they were all better than me. How about you just leave the hospital? Oh, new characters out? It's Yanagi from Special Force Section 6. I don't recognize that name. What do they look like? What do they look like? They're still not Miyabi. God damn it. But who is it? I kinda forgot the ZZZ characters. If it came to a fight, I didn't stand a chance in hell. If I couldn't win against them, then there was only one thing left to do. Run. Adrenaline slowly rushed into my brain, and my body started to move with keen instinct, like it had on that night. My surface temperature quickly cooled, and the transmission routes between my cells enlarged. Using 360-degree visual information, I searched for an escape route. I would open the window behind me. Outside was a parking lot. There were no cars. A little beyond there was a bicycle I had taken to get here. I determined that this would be the quickest method to escape. I approached the window swiftly, with little sound, to raise it as little suspicion as I could. With the speed and silence of a shadow, like I had on that night, I chased your uncle. I unlocked the window and opened it up. A cool evening breeze wafted in. I stuck my head out and looked over the parking lot again. Nobody in sight. No need to hesitate. I quietly crawled outside and closed the window behind me. I held my breath and listened carefully. Nobody seemed to have realized I'd run. I looked around. Then I jumped out of my bicycle and zoomed away. The pedals clacking under the force. Had my bike always creaked like this? Did the pedals always whine every time I pushed down on them? My bike wasn't the only one crying, though. My tears fell as the wind cut through them. They rode the breeze and scattered behind me. Ugh! I hate this, I hate this! I'm not the crazy one. Hinamizawa is. How dare you treat me like a madman? Die! Die! Just fucking die already! I believed you! I believed you! Ah! I'd gone to the hospital in order to escape Reina and Mion's invitation. But the reality that was waiting for me had been too cruel. Who was insane? Me or Hinamizawa? Or was the answer something else? I started having trouble breathing. I didn't have any clue what was happening anymore. The loud chirps of the Higurashi were irritating me. Were even the Hinamizawa Higurashis I knew so well calling into the wind? No, that wasn't quite it. They weren't calling. They were crying. The pained wailing of those lost in some kind of rhythm in another world, no longer able to return to their own sunlight. I I didn't do all that to end up in a world like this. And actually, at about this time, I might have been having fun with everyone else. Sadako would have gotten her smile back after realizing her uncle wouldn't ever come home. And she might have shown it to us at our first club meeting for a while. That was the kind of world I wished for. So, what was this? Why did I end up in such a strange, ghastly world? Someone I killed was living like normal, and I had enjoyed myself at the festival despite not being there. I don't want it. I don't want this strange world. When did it start to go wrong? When? No matter how much I thought about it, I never understood. I rode swiftly and returned to my home. And it began to rain during my journey back. And just like yesterday, I was now soaked. But I didn't care about something so trivial right now. The pain I felt in my heart, that coach, the only person I trusted, was acting so cruelly, was far worse. Did I have no allies in Hinamizawa anymore? With the naive thought that I at least wanted my parents to side with me, I stepped up to the front door. Wait, Kichi? It'll be dark soon. There's something you want to check, right? Yes. I want to dig up the man's corpse and get a look at his back. If there was a tiger tattoo, I would know beyond a doubt he was Satoko's uncle. That long night wouldn't end until I was certain. If this insane world was all reparation, all a divine punishment, then I needed to make certain whether I had been successful enough to even deserve to pay that price. I went to the storage room again and got the shovel. It had been washed in the rain, but the paint was peeling, making it look unsightly. I never, ever wanted to touch this thing again. The sensation of it in my hands was totally different from the night before. There was a ruthless coldness about it. Yeah, it'll be dark soon, so I need the lantern too. There'd be a little bit of light from the streetlights, but it would get extremely dark. I thought I put the lantern here, but I suddenly noticed it wasn't anywhere to be found. Then it hit me like a bolt of lightning. Of course. On that night, I hadn't brought the lantern back with me. I left it at the place I buried the body. If I didn't go get it soon, it'd get very dark. And then, not only would I be unable to find the spot I buried the corpse, but I wouldn't even be able to find the lantern itself. If that happened, it was all over. You forgot the lantern? It has your fingerprints, idiot! What? I mean... Hey, what's up, Key-Man? Hi-yo! Wanna say hi before you work? Oh, you're working? Working and lurking, I appreciate it. Hopefully work's not going too bad for ya. Are you having a good time? We are having a crazy time. This is why you bring 2 lanterns. Exactly. What an idiot, Keiichi! How did you not think about that? But dummy dumb baka dumb. Ugh, what an idiot! I need to hurry. In order to fit the shovel in the basket on the front of my bike, I need to twist it and disassemble it. But it looked like there was dirt in the joints, and no matter how hard I pushed, it didn't want to come apart. After a strenuous effort, I realized I couldn't get it apart, so I decided to hold it with the downpour soaking me through, and a shovel in one hand, and writing one-handed. It was as if I returned to that night. No, return was the wrong word. It was more like that night had never happened, or never ended. The pain of the raindrops striking me were no different from then. The thing that was different was Hinamazawa. Hi, Dexter! My dog came to say hi! How you doing? He was my good man. Alright, go relax, okay? I love you. Yes, you're a good boy. Go relax, okay? I'm sorry, he's just so cute. I can't help myself. It does seem like his cough has gone away. At least mostly. But good job, baby. Sorry you got sick. Well, you should be good now. His medicine's really been helping. Good boy. Good boy. I'm sorry, buddy. I still got a lot of reading to do. I love you. He just sits down. Oh, alright. Alright, the thing that was different was Hinamazawa. The world and nothing else. The rain clouds were already making it dark. And now it's about time for the sun to set. I could tell it would only get rapidly darker. Woo! The straight road leading to town. In the middle of it. That should be where I buried it. Yeah. It was near that streetlight. On that night, too, the water from the downpour is splashing down from the streetlight's overhang like a waterfall. The pouring rain was exactly the same as it had been that night, and thus it brought back my memories into focus. I left my bike in the bush and stepped into the forest, the ground already soaked with mud. Where had I buried him? Think. The darkness, the shadows, the water, the mud. Everything was the same. Think. And then I stopped the lantern by a fallen moss-covered tree. I spotted. I spotted the lantern by a fallen moss-covered tree. That's right. I left it right there. If I left the lantern here, then I would have buried him over here. With the sensation of standing in the sludge, my feet remembered the spot before and better than my eyes did. I plunged my shovel into the ground. It's hard. It wasn't here. I just dug it up, so it should have been softer. I stick my shovel down a few spots to test what they felt like. One of them clearly felt deeper. I recalled where the lantern was, where the trees and the things were in relation to each other. I knew that it had to be here. Under here slept that man's corpse. There would definitely be the tattoo of a tiger on his back. But if it wasn't there, then I made a horrible mistake and killed someone completely unrelated instead. I would be more dazed at the fact that Sadako's uncle wasn't dead than I will regret having gotten someone else mixed up in this. If this insane world was punishment for the sin of committing murder, I wouldn't be able to accept it until I killed Sadako's uncle for good. And then, without any fear, I'd attack him again. And that time, I would kill him for sure. But what if the tattoo was there? That would mean I killed Sadako's uncle. But that would be terribly strange. If I kill him for sure, then who is the uncle at Sadako's house this very moment? Impossible. I didn't even know anymore what I was using the word impossible which was obvious to me. It would be impossible for this crazy world to be real. I shouted, then turned behind me. There was nobody there, of course. I hadn't been bothering me for a while, but those footsteps had followed me this entire day. Even just now, an extra set of footsteps had splashed behind me. No one was actually there. No indication of anyone even. But they were there. Who are you? You've been following me ever since I came to this world. That's right. Being back, the first time I heard those footsteps was after Takano-san and I had parted. Those footsteps were my welcome into the strange inside-out world. No one could be there. I get no response. Whoever it was, they just kept staring at me. It wasn't ominous, just unpleasant. After staring into empty space for a while, as I bathed in the rain, my illogical anger slipped away. My tension loosened, and a tired feeling reared its head. I tasted this feeling that night too. The sudden exhaustion I felt as the tension in my brain loosened. My vision quickly narrowed, and I felt like everything around me had suddenly gone darker. I couldn't give in to this sensation. I was like the little explosives were left in my brain, and forced myself to keep going. I needed to take that man up before my stamina ran out. I needed to see the tattoo on his back. I caught my suddenly ragged breath and calmed down. Then, I soaked the shovel into the soft, muddy ground again. It felt exactly the same as that night. The sense of digging a hole in the beach, with water coming into it with every wave. What day was today? Had I gone back to the night of the Watsunagashi? Every strange thought that came to my mind tormented me. Given my exhaustion, I didn't think I could manage to hold those thoughts back. As the hole is deep, all illumination finally faded, blanking my vision in jet black. It was probably the moment the sun had finally set too. That night, I had feared the worst and gone without using much light. My senses were so strained that I could see even in the darkness. But now, I didn't have that kind of strength left. I drained everything I had last night, and now the darkness will be lethal. I decided to turn on the lantern. Putting it on the first setting would make it give off a faint light. Even with how little there was, it was enough. And people wouldn't be able to see it from far away in this rain. I grabbed the chill lantern, turned the dial with a click, and set it to the weakest light setting, and turned it on. An uncanny world of silhouettes appeared before me. A complex and strange shadowy world created the intricate entanglement of trees and branches. I had only turned on a light, and it was like that was all it took to make the world into something else. I let out a quick, tired breath and wiped the liquid, neither rain nor sweat, from my brow. Then I raised a shovel into the air and slammed it into the mud. That moment, the silhouettes surrounding me obviously all moved at once. Inside my head, something packed in there. Something coarse, but not hot or cold, was loudly rushing about. The silhouettes were all around me, looking down at me. And one of them, a silhouette bigger than the others, The moon sure is beautiful tonight. The coarseness in my brain shot through my whole spine and left me at my waist. The strength of my body all left through my hips, and I crouched down with a splash into the sea of mud I dug myself. Is that really how you address your elders? You'll have a rough time of it once you become an adult. It wasn't only Oshi, but 5 or 6 of them in a row, men wearing raincoats. I had no inkling that this many people had gotten so close. It was like, once I turned on the lantern, they disappeared there, slipping out of the shadows. Please, don't mind us. Just think of us as trees in the forest, perhaps. Don't mind them, then? Yes. Pay no attention to us. Please, continue digging your hole. It's very late and raining very hard. And you're working pretty virulently. We won't get in your way. Please, dig to your heart's content. No, thank you, I said. When I tried to get up and turn around, 2 men blocked that route. They stood on either side of me and lifted me up with amazing strength, then threw me into the sea of mud. Well, that was rude. As I soaked in the mud bath I dug for myself, I looked up at the silhouettes looking down at me. While she squatted, picked up my shovel, and threw it at my feet for me. It bounced slowly off the mud and hit me in the face. Come. Please, continue. Continue. I couldn't bear the oppressiveness of the silhouette surrounding me, and slowly, I stuck the shovel in the mud again. I felt like I was digging my own grave. We are so fun! What's up, RC? You doing? You're watching me on VR? Well, that's gotta be wild. How you doing? What's my Pookie? Pookie? What's a Pookie? But it is good to see you. How you doing tonight? We just got caught red-handed. We're fucked. We're so fucked. If I kept digging, it wouldn't matter whether there was a tattoo or not, because that man's corpse would appear eventually. It was all over, surrounded on all sides, and nowhere to go. But I just couldn't figure it out, no matter how much I thought about it. Why were they here? Was it Takano-san? There's only one person who could have been made the connection between me and this place. Did you forget you told Coach where you buried the body? You literally told him where it was! What an idiot! Oh, where's your Pookie? What's a Pookie? Is that your cat? Is that a kitty cat? Is that a doggo? What is Pookie? What is Pookie? Oh, you're just getting watching? Okay, I appreciate it. It is a lot of reading. I gotta keep concentrated or else I'll never get this over. No? Hey, yo. Is Pookie a girlfriend? Oh, whoa. Never hear the word Pookie anymore. Kick it. Alright, I'm gonna keep going. Takano-san is also dead. But what about Tomitake? They never even talked about him. Damn it. I knew it. She deserved to die. Stopping so soon? She kicked me in the back, which took me by surprise, sending me flying into the mud. Hurry up and dig, please. You really should consider the fact that some of us are standing out here in the rain. Fuck you. If you don't like being in the rain, then just go home. No, she kicked some mud into my face. Work, please, instead of talking. Only people from the red light district do both at once. Hey, yo. Damn, Oshi. Think you know a little too much about the red light district. Damn, boy. Isn't that right, boys? The men around him didn't react, not knowing quite whether they should laugh. But when Oshi glared at them, they started mumbling out pained chuckles. Just who was this guy? I knew the world had changed after that night. But if I went even further back, didn't it start when this guy showed up? That was when our peaceful days had been taken from us. Ever since he showed up in Inamizawa, things have been odd. Everyone stopped smiling, and the world went crazy. The ground on my feet gradually got harder and heavier. At this point, even I started to think something was odd. I hadn't buried him this deep on that night, had I? My exhaustion peaked, and I sat down on the spot. How long do you want me to dig? Kids these days have no stamina. Hey, you! At Oshi's gesture, the men all pulled out their own sinister-looking shovels. You bitch, you got your own shovels? As I watched the days, one of them grabbed my collar and dragged me out of the hole and threw me to the ground. The rest of the men stepped into the hole I dug and started shoveling themselves. As I stared at them dumbfounded, Oshi sauntered over and squatted down to look at me directly. Keiichi-Marabara-san? Is this a hobby of yours? Digging holes on rainy nights? I didn't respond. Oshi took one of the tin buckets they were using to bail out the muddy water, scooped up some, and splashed the whole thing on my face. The rain's heavy today, too. No matter how wet I get, I still don't understand the appeal. Oshi smiled to himself, then scooped up another bucket of muddy water. I'll ask you again. Is digging holes on rainy nights your hobby? Who the hell would have a hobby like that? Splash! Oshi hit me with another bucket full of muddy water. The pebbles in it stung. Will there be something in that hole? I've always liked that story, you know? About the old man who could make plants bloom and the puppy digging in his yard for gold. As he spoke, he ran the bucket through the muddy water again. To splash it in my face again. What kind of treasure is buried down there, huh? Can't you at least give me a hint? If you want to know, then dig on your own time. You fucking pig! I wasn't saying that out loud, but Oshi mercilessly drenched me in muddy water again, anyway. Shit! If only you hadn't shown up, the world wouldn't have gone wrong. Ever since you showed up, things have been strange. Sadako got abused by her uncle. I ended up killing him, and the world went crazy. He was how it all began. Because of this culprit. like with Takano-san, then you are dead. And it won't be Urashiro-sama's curse. It'll be mine. I'll curse you and kill you. What a rebellious look you're wearing. Why don't you use that opportunity to teach you a thing or two in that regard? You really do live in peace these days. When I was about your age, corporal punishment was the norm for everything. Oshi-san? One of the digging men in raincoats wiped some sweat off and called Oshi over. Oshi tossed the bucket away and then turned around with an evil grin on his face. Yes, what is it? Please, look at this. Acceptance. Or maybe resignation. I wanted to say to them, so you blockheads finally found it. Yeah, that's right. I'm the one who killed him. But you're the police, so it's your own job to figure out who he is, right? Come on, prove to me that he's really Sadako's uncle. What? What on the earth? We think it's an old drain pipe. It seems to be connected to the irrigation channel over there. Let's smash the thing. It's not being used, is it? The men all exchanged glances, then hesitantly broached another topic. Oshi-san, the ground down there is pretty hard. I don't think anything could be deeper than this. Did we get the location wrong? No. At first, it definitely felt like this place had been dug up before. But after digging so far, the ground suddenly hardened. We think we've gone down further than the hole was originally dug. So, what does that mean? There's a hole here, and someone filled it back up? Is that what you're trying to tell me? What? What were they talking about? Nah. Well, I'm at a loss. Are you? Marabara-san? Oshi grabbed my collar and dragged me to the huge hole they dug. The mud inside was like an ocean. I couldn't see any drain pipe down there. One of the men stirred it with a shovel, letting me hear it clank against something hard. There was no doubt. I buried him right here. But I hadn't buried him this deep. I didn't dig deep enough to unearth an entire drain pipe. So then, this man, his corpse, where was it? Proof that I had been successful on the night was gone. Then what on earth was I? Was I actually crazy after all? And just possessed by the delusion that I killed someone? That couldn't be. It was the unmistakable truth. It couldn't have been a hallucination. But now, the most important evidence that it hadn't been an illusion was gone. I killed him. I buried him. I had absolute, unwavering confidence in that fact. Then, did I fail to kill him? After I left here, and he started breathing again, crawled out, and gone back to Sadako's house? Was that it? I had come here to see whether he had a tattoo or not. And yet, the truth I unearthed was far more than that. Yesterday, what was I? I killed him. I buried him. There was no doubt. But for some reason, he lived and crawled back out. And that was impossible. possible too. I'm so tired of hearing the word impossible over and over. I get it. I get it. Dead people don't like to play by the rules here in Inamazawa. Then, I'll kill you as many times as I need to. I'll keep killing you until you never show your face as Sadako again. Oshi and the others are muttering to themselves. Eventually, their conversation ended, and Oshi came towards me. What did he want to say? What did he want to do? I stiffened, tensing up, and then Oshi just ignored me, like I wasn't even there, and passed right by me. The other men too, they ignored me and shuffled away. Eventually, there's no longer a sign that anyone was around, and I returned to my quiet world of silhouettes. The only one left was me. Only the sound of the pouring rain filled out the silence. Holy shit, that was a crazy chapter! Oh my god! What the fuck is happening? What is going on? Gone? Turned up nothing? Thanks for the achievement! What the fuck is happening? What is happening? Holy shit! Oh, yo, that was crazy! How is this possible? How? Damn, that chapter was like 3 hours long! Holy fuck, that was a long chapter! I think we only have one left though, so we're definitely gonna try to keep going. My throat does kinda hate me right now, but it's fine. It's fine, we don't care. Yeah, your mom looks so good in VR. Thank you. Too bad my mom's not 3D. I could just be VR. I could be in the VR chat one day. Your friend wants to know what does game is? What this game is? Oof. There's no real way to explain it. There's not a real way to explain it. It's wild. It's like a murder Groundhog Day, kinda. I'm sorry, on VR, it's hard text. That's fine. That's alright, no worry. I understood what you meant. And the law thinks we've morphed into madness. This is wild. What is going on? I don't know. I don't know. Last time was so normal. Everything up to this point had been so normal. We killed the uncle. We killed him. We murdered that motherfucker. I was so happy. Just to wake up and find it never happened. How could it never have happened? Somebody had to have taken the body. But then who is the doppelgangers? Somebody had to take the body. Clearly there was a dug up hole there. And the lantern was there and the bat's gone. The question is, did you really kill him? That is the question. But why do our friends think we went to the festival when we clearly weren't there? This is so bizarre. That's also thinking someone body snatched it? But who would do that? Who would take the body? Who else knew? Mion? Was it Mion? Cause she's basically part of the Yakuza, right? She also has a back tattoo. Would Mion take the body and hide it for us? She knew what we were gonna do. had something to do, so we couldn't go to the festival. She knew. She knew. Who the Oh, this is so crazy! I don't know how this is gonna end. It gives me the shivers thinking about it. So good. Wow, this one's just dark. Record of malice? An inquiry request. Alright, they should be sure. Yakuza good game? Yakuza is a fun game. Especially Yakuza 0. That was so good. We played Kiwami and Kiwami 2. Did we ever play a third one? I don't think so. I don't remember. It's been a little while since we played Yakuza. But Mion, her family is basically a Yakuza. And she knew what we were gonna do. Cause it's the same thing Satoshi did last year. I still don't think Satoshi's dead. I think he's alive. And I still think I know who has him. But why would Mion help us? How would she know where the body was? This shit is just getting crazier the more I think about it. I had to know. He couldn't have crawled out. The hole would have looked different. There's no way somebody came here, dug him out, and put the grave back like it was. Who would even be able to do that? Judgment is like Yakuza that is also very fun? Oh, I've never played Judgment. I've seen it, I think it's on my wish list. But I have not played it at all. Yeah, get a drink, alright. Let's read these real quick. And then start, hopefully, the last chapter. I have to know what's going on. This shit is absolutely wild now. This is why it's so good. It's so slow and it's such a boring ass like story until it gets here. Then it gets good. It's a lot of shit to get through. But man, is it worth it to see this kind of shit happening? Hinamazawa is crazy. Okay, inquiry request. Okinomiya Police Station, Command Center. Transmission recording June 20th, 8:08 p.m. Oh, please don't auto. Okay, thank you. I thought I was gonna auto text. I hate that. I can't read that fast enough. Alright. This is the Okinomiya Security Police. We read you loud and clear. Hello. We'd like you to look up a license plate for us. XXXXXX. Alright. Please, give us just a moment to look it up. Thank you. Number match. Owner. Address. Hinamazawa Village, Shishibone. Vehicle make and model. This is not a lot of information. Theft reports, none. Special mentions, nothing of note. Okinomiya Security Police to Oshi. We found the license plate from earlier. Oshi, do you read? Oshi, please respond. Am I getting a bad signal? Anyone in Oshi's car, please read. Nothing, eh? Oshi wanted a license plate checked. Whose car was it? Someone from the village. A completely average car. Who was it? If Oshi-san was asking, then it can't be anyone good, right? The special mentions column is completely blank. No indication it's related to the S group either. And no demerits on it. I think S group is Mion? Fuck, what is her last name? It's, is it Shinozaki? party? It's hard to remember, but it does start with an S. Haha, maybe you passed him on the road and he got mad. That guy isn't the type to forget a grudge. What the fuck? That's all the information we get? Whose car? Why are we talking about a car? Oh, you just got back from recording Bonnie's lines? What did I miss? Oh, Niku. I can't explain all that you missed. Shit is crazy, man. And some people hold grudges till they die? Even after they die. Okay, record a malice. He said it smelled. He said the food smelled. He said it smelled because I smelled. He said I smelled because I don't take baths. He said I take a bath 3 times a day because I was a smelly person. He said I had to stay in the bath for a long time every time. He must be possessed by something too. This is the same thing the man who died said. Why does he know what that man had said before? That much is obvious. The same thing that possessed that man is now possessing him. Can't a sudden earthquake make a big hole in front of the house? If it did, he would definitely go and look into it. And then, I just had to push him in. I wouldn't give in until I get that chance. I won't give in. I won't cry. I won't give in. I won't cry. Someone is apologizing again. Was that Sadako? Was that Sadako talking about her uncle? What else could that have meant? Huh? So in other words, some people are supernaturally petty? Yeah, sometimes, yeah. I don't know either, man. I don't know what's going on. But I guess we're gonna find out. Yeah, we should be good. Do I have a drink? I guess I should get more drink. Alright, give me a quick second. I'm gonna go get some more drink, but we will be back to hopefully finish this game. That was a long chapter, wow. Holy fuck, they're usually only 2 hours. That one was like 3.5. That was crazy. But I'll be right back, guys. Don't worry, I'll be back. And we're back. Alright, guys. I got my drink. I made some new tea. Hopefully with a little less honey. We still going? Yeah, we're still going. Bye bye. I just got back. Don't worry. On my phone. Okay. Alright, we're all good. Okay. Whew. Are you guys ready for hopefully the last chapter of all this fucking mess? I have to know what happened. I couldn't just end it here. That'd be crazy. Hell no. Let's do another chapter. Yay! Rio glitched on the VR? Rio? Like the movie or the place? The body wasn't there. The police didn't arrest me because of that. But I didn't know whether to feel happy about it. Just like Sadako had said, I failed to kill her uncle. The body wasn't there, so I was forced to conclude as much. No matter what strange natural disaster, coincidence, or miracle it might have implied. In order to free Sadako, I became a demon. And this abnormal world was my reward. Yes, metaphorically, I had fallen into the demon world. But if that price had been in exchange for the life of Satoko's uncle, then that would have been fine. Since Satoko's uncle is still alive, still shackling her to him, I need to become a demon once again. One more time. No. As many as it took. I would kill that man over and over again until Sadako was liberated. Well, I had already awoken. I looked at the clock to see that it was early in the morning, at just about 5. It was already light outside. Once I hardened my resolve to become a demon again, I could feel my whole body teeming with the awakened power once more. Time wasn't an issue. No matter what, I'd do it. Reject humanity! Return to demon! What's up, Chum-Yum-Yum? How you doing tonight? Good to see you! You don't know what you missed, man. This has been fucking crazy! We're like in an alternate universe all of a sudden. It's nuts! And I don't know what's real and what's not anymore. It's so... it's so good, but so evil. Everyone's saying they love this? Love what, Higurashi? Because Higurashi's great. It's great. It's a lot of fucking reading. But now that we got to the good shit, it's good. I got myself up. The exhaustion from the past 2 days was completely swept away, and I didn't even feel sleepy anymore either. I slowly rose and made sure my body was moving like I wanted it to. You think you remember this from the anime? It's really hard to say. But more condensed? Oh no, this is way longer than the anime. This is way longer. I mean, in the anime it's condensed, yes. Which makes me think I know what's going on, but I don't remember. Like, we killed her uncle. And now everybody's saying we were at the festival. The uncle is alive. But there was a grave. We are scarred up from our run. Satoshi's bat is gone. So what the fuck happened? I'm gonna blame Mion. For now, I'm just blaming Mion, because she's the only Yakuza character I know that's in this game. And considering the old guy, the uncle, also had a back tattoo, gotta usually assume that's also Yakuza. But who knows? Agreed, blame them. Hey, John. Hiya, Flash. Hell yeah! Did you have a good day, Tom? I know you weren't able to stream. You're pretty busy. You're hanging out with your nephew, right? Was that a good time? Did you have a lovely day? A good Tuesday? I hope so. Hopefully it was relaxing. I gotta drink some tea. You heard playing Minecraft all day? Oh, that's right. You did say something like that in Lyra's chat, huh? That's adorable. What did you do? Did you build a house or did you go explore? His villager breeder got out of control and we had to clean house? What? Well, that sounds crazy. Villager breeder, really? I can never get my villagers to breed. Damn villagers! Bastards! I think I need more beds or something? I don't know. One day I will have an army. I'm gonna make a huge town. That'd be so fun. Send a lot of villagers trapped in minecarts to the bottom of the sea. That's just where they live from now on. It's fine you sent them to Atlantis. I want to go to Atlantis. Let's all go to Atlantis together. We could hold hands. Oh, well. My tea is hot. Yeah, they'll evolve into mer people. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Don't worry about them. Yeah, it's a bit hot. Oh, but is it so good? All right. Did I read this part? I don't think so. I could feel blood flowing with each and every one of my fingers. As I got dressed, I let my mind wander and had a strange thought. These 2 days, well, I said it was for Sadako's sake. The only thing on my mind has been killing. I said it for Sadako, but while actually carrying out the act, I had completely forgotten about Sadako, albeit only temporary. Maybe initially it was for Sadako's sake, but now I was just a demon, killing for the sake of killing. And as a result, I'd sunk into a world fit for such a demon. Maybe it was the same for Satoshi. Do you mean you got demoned away? He resolved himself to kill his aunt to save Sadako, became a demon, then disappeared from the sunlit Hinamizawa, vanishing into the demon world. Which meant that, after all was said and done, I met the same fate as him. I tried to avoid making the same mistakes, but it happened anyway. Which meant that maybe Satoshi was here. Satoshi had come to this world a year before me, so he would have to be somewhere. Then, surprised, I stopped walking. There was a second set of footsteps I'd grown so used to hearing. Could you be Satoshi? The empty, lifeless air wouldn't give me an answer. But I felt a strange kind of relief that there was someone there. That Satoshi had stuck with me the whole time. Let's go, Satoshi. Once more. This time, we will set Sadako free for sure. I quietly slipped out of the house so my parents wouldn't notice. If they caught me now, when I've been out way too late for 2 days now, they'd give me a really angry talking to. Sorry, I thought I heard something outside. Okay, we're just gonna ignore that. I didn't have the time to allow for that to happen. Today, I'll put an end to it. I could kill him again every time he resurrected. I'd do it again. I'd kill him again. And this time, I'd set her free. Outside, the morning light was so beautiful as to stagger belief. I went to the storage room to find weapons with which I could use to kill him for sure. Blunt or not, it didn't matter to me. Right now, I didn't even care whether someone saw or if the police came. This world had gone crazy after all. A world where I'd shown up at the festival and had fun, even though I wasn't there. Even if the police arrested me, they'd probably end up going right back home, as if nothing had happened. Both me and the other Keiichi Matabata. Even without me, he'd fill in. I could vanish from Hinamazawa without anyone noticing. So basically, I didn't care if I was mistakenly killed. Even if I died, Keiichi Matabata would remain. After all, this isn't the world I belong in. If I was going to be killed mistakenly for Sadako's sake, then this was just part of my duty as her Nini. As those desperate thoughts became serious, the morning air felt more refreshing to me, strangely enough. Oh, this one's scary. Let's go with this. It was a hatchet meant for chopping thick wood. Its hefty steel blade was sinister, almost as though it was a tool meant for killing people. I couldn't exactly take it out in public like that, so I wrapped it in a little bit of old newspaper and tossed it in my basket on my bike. Sorry for using you for evil all the time. I need you again today, my legs. I apologized to my bike for some reason. For the past 3 days, I've only used it for dangerous things. I've been riding this bike ever since I lived in my old town. I could walk most places I wanted to go, so I didn't use it all that much. My mom had brought it for me, and when I entered cram school, thinking it would be a convenient way to get to the station, since it was far away, so I always used it to get back and forth from cram school. I only ever put textbooks and class materials in the front basket, too. I never tried to put a hatchet that I'd be using to kill someone in here. When I came to Hinamazawa, life finally felt fun. I met the best friends ever and had some of the greatest times ever. Those times might have been shattered now, but it was my greatest wish that I could get them back, even if I had to risk my own life to do it. That's how fun those times had been. I killed someone, and now I was at it again, needing to kill someone. Murder was a crime. I didn't believe that people should ever think murder was okay. But still, the times I had were enjoyable enough for me to commit such a crime. My friends were irreplaceable. The time spent with them a treasure. Hanging out, laughing, sometimes tricking each other, but always in a friendly way. I didn't fear committing any crime, as long as it was for the sake of taking back those times that gave my heart so much pleasure. Yes, this is a value I decided to uphold. It wasn't something I learned from a school teacher. It was a noble path that I chose for myself. I thought back to when I first came to Hinamazawa. About how on the very first day, Sadako had blackboard eraser with a rock in it. That welcome really surprised the heck out of me. She would laugh, get angry, cry. She was never boring. She was obviously the most childlike one among us. But she was actually lively, full of vim and vigor, and good at meddling in other people's business. Oh, hi, Saluja! Welcome on in, good to see you! We have been going wild tonight. This is the last chapter, I think, I hope so. Hi, Dexter! Decided to bop my arm, Doggo says hello again. Chels is sleeping on the ground. Don't know where my cat is. Where's Nanny? She's probably in the cat tree. Probably. Gaia the Papa in a mission. Yeah. Goodbye. But how you doing, Zuluja? How you doing tonight? Black raid? Black. Yeah, you. That's you. Silly boy. Gotta have a break from all this insanity. He is bopping my arm. Dexter, I already gave you all the love. Alright, you gotta go relax now, okay, buddy? I'm sorry, I can't just keep petting you. No. He's such a jealous little boy. He's adorable. Good boy, I love you. But go relax, okay? No, I'm not gonna do no more. Thank you. Good boy. Alright, back to the story. That went for Mia, Reina, and Rika-chan too. Wasn't Sadako the one at the center of everyone's laughing and banter? Sadako would try to look cool. Then Mion would make fun of her endlessly. Then Sadako would cry, which would put Reina in a state of ecstasy. Rika-chan would be greatly delighted. And I happened to get mixed up in it all. We would always fool around like that. It was lonely when someone wasn't around. But if I had to name for whom it was the worst, it would have to have been Sadako. Her smile was everyone's smile. Ever since she stopped smiling, so did the rest of us. And for the rest of us, not smiling was the same as dying. It was just like when I was silently going to cram school every day, just to maintain my unchanging test scores. So basically, we were nothing when she wasn't smiling. She was full of hot air, but she was our princess. Cute and unhateable. I don't know about that. I still don't really like her. In that case, I was her knight. Searching for the dragon's castle in order to win her smile. Bro, shut up. Self-inserting yourself as someone's hero? Just shut your face. Knights, of course, use swords. The awesome two-handed kind. But I got a hatchet. I'm probably the only knight in the world, the history of the world, to be taking someone on with a thick, rusty hatchet. Then I saw an old woman in the ridge of a field waving to me. Oh my! Keiichi-kun! Up for a morning ride, I see! Good morning! I reflectively waved back in a refreshing way. Should I really have been feeling so happy waving like that? Sadako's house would be right past this road, going beyond the rice paddies. The cicadas had woken up too, and the next thing I knew, I was the audience to their daily chorus. I gave myself a hit or two in the head and drove away in my merry morning mood. I took a deep breath, then tilted my head back, quelling my pointless excitement. The body wasn't there. Its absence either meant my killing him had been an illusion, or that I'd kill him and he had risen from the dead. If I was at the festival, then maybe I should have considered an illusion. Coach probably thought that way, which is why he treated me like a lunatic. But it being an illusion was just impossible. I killed him without a doubt. Without a doubt. If that had been an illusion, then that would make all of this, the Hinamazawa I was in right now, an illusion. If that was the case, then here's how it would end up. I was actually in a vegetative state due to a traffic accident, and I was currently dreaming in a hospital bed about how great it would be to spend time with friends and rice patties like these. That was a terrifying thought, though. If this wasn't an illusion, then the only possible answer was that he resurrected. It would make him a literal monster. But if he was such a monster, then I was no less than a monster myself. I didn't hesitate to kill someone, and I could even manipulate curses. Takano-san died, probably because I cursed her. Or maybe that was a little much. If Coach and Oshi-san died too, like I cursed them to yesterday, then I believe it. I set my bicycle aside and went to take a look. His motorbike wasn't here. Of course it wasn't. I sent it down to hell that night, throwing it into the Onikafuchi swamp. Or maybe, just like how the corpse wasn't there, maybe the motorbike didn't get thrown into the swamp either. The fact his bike wasn't here might have been because he had gone to town and hadn't come back, not necessarily because I had thrown it into the swamp. If her uncle wasn't around, then that was convenient on its own. Then I would just shove myself in, then wait for him to return, sharpening my hatchet. If he was still there. Forgotten sensations came back to my gut. A feeling of tension rose within me. The sensation was like poison, dulling my actions. But it could also be triggered to allow me to awaken my superhuman, otherworldly self. I held the hatchet, still wrapped in newspaper. Its weight in my hands was profound, sinister, and reliable. I didn't know what time it was without a clock, but it was probably still well before 7. It took 2 hours to get here? Sadako would probably be awake, preparing breakfast and her lunch. But her uncle would probably still be wallowing in indolence. A guy like him probably would have stayed up late drinking, and probably only slept until noon. I considered ringing the doorbell and having Sadako open the door for me, but if her uncle woke up at the sound, I'd waste my chance of him still being asleep. If Sadako saw me sneaking inside without ringing the doorbell, she'd be surprised. If I ran into her, what would I say? I've come to kill your uncle for you, so stay quiet? No, I couldn't do that. That'd be like making Sadako responsible for his death. Be quiet and go wait outside. Maybe that would do. How would Sadako react to that? She'd probably just try and get me to give up on killing him. I would have to lie somewhere to get her to go outside. carefully turned it and pulled. It wasn't locked. The gap between the door and the wall steadily grew larger. The chain wasn't even on. The oppressive smell of life in Sadako's house hit me. At the entrance, there were a few pairs of shoes and sandals. I couldn't tell whether he was here or not, just by looking at him. How? I mean... Okay. I could hear a television on somewhere. Wow, what a mess! The television was in a messy dining room. There's food scattered about the table, giving an impression decidedly different from a happy family's meal. Meals are for eating food while thanking the person for making it. Meaning whatever occurred in this dining room wasn't a meal. Nobody in sight. No sign of anyone either. But with the television on, he must have been close. Could he have anticipated me coming and be hiding? Waiting for me? The tension I felt was so thick, so tight that I thought it would choke me. The newspaper wrapping the hatchet's thick blade didn't hamper its power at all. I tightened my grip on it, then very carefully took a look around. Where had those peaceful feelings from before I arrived had gone? Even the sound of sweat bubbling up on my brow got on my nerves. And then I looked at the table and realized something. This wasn't breakfast. The grains of boiled rice were all hard and dried up. Then, was it last night's dinner? I left the dining room, keeping vigilant, went down the hallway, and found the stairs to the second floor. When that man was playing with his friends, he looked out from the second-story window. It was highly possible that his room was his own, and that he slept there. I tiptoed up the edges of the stair, quietly climbing, without making a sound. I couldn't hear any kind of snoring. I didn't hear anything up there. I went through a few rooms, slowly and quietly opening the paper doors, checking inside. But I still couldn't find anyone around. To search more efficiently, I got down on the floor and pressed my ear right up to it. I could hear the television in the dining room and a low hum, perhaps of boiling water. It was then that I started to harbor some feelings of suspicion. This house wasn't right. It seemed like people had been here since the TV was on, but it wasn't normal for nobody to be around this early in the morning. I silently descended from the stairs and went back into the dining room. I looked at the food scattered around. Completely dried up rice. An overturned bowl of miso soup. The package for a side dish bought at the supermarket. I could tell Sadako had definitely been the one who made this. The food was far from Mion's perfection or Reina's gentleness, but it was sincere. Judging by how she cooked for me at my house, and from the type and amount of side dishes, I deduced the meal was from last night. The number stamped into the food package read A30620? Oh, that's right, it's 1983. Okay, so that is June 20th. Oh, thank you. Thanks, Gabe. I already figured it out, thank you. That was yesterday. And there's food for two. Which meant that this was last night's dinner, and Sadako's uncle would have been here then. Stop it, Keiichi. even think about saying the word impossible again. Anyway, her uncle was here last night. That much was the truth. He had found fault with Sadako's food, thrown the bowl of miso soup, and flung the rest everywhere. Hidden deep within my feelings of calm and composure was lit a flame of anger and a curse. Should I have ever shown this man any mercy? But I heard the sound again. The one from before, like a water boiler. Well, what was it coming from? The first floor? But where? The bathroom, maybe? Wouldn't you check the kitchen? I could hear the noise coming from the other side of the frosted glass at the far end of the changing room. It had to be the sound of the water boiler from the bath. Steam was enshrouding the glass door, and the heat from it was leaking into the changing room where I was standing, too. My misgivings deepened. People didn't normally take a bath this early in the morning. What? If one did, then it would mean that in this house, time had been stopped ever since some moments last night. Whistle, whistle, whistle. Was it being reheated? The water boiler in the bathroom had been active this whole time. I checked in a clothing basket and saw Sadako's familiar uniform stuffed in it. The uniform had stains and dried rice stuck to it. Certainly not something she could wear today. It was probably from the miso soup at the dinner table yesterday. I looked hard at the frosted glass, but I couldn't see through all the steam. And then, an electric surge ran through my mind, and a terrible premonition came to me. Could she couldn't have possibly been in there since last night. That'd be impossible. But no, in Hinazawa right now, nothing was impossible. I gulped audibly, then quickly pulled aside the glass door. Hot, steamy air burst out from the slight opening. The fan wasn't on in the changing room, so it went completely white with steam. Just as the hot vapors poured into the changing room, cooler air also flowed into the room with the bath. And I just heard, due to being hit by that air, a very weak moan. That was all I needed to know who it was. Sadako! No answer! Sadako is in the bathtub, surrounded by thick layers of rising steam. The top half of her body was leaning over the edge of the tub, and she was passed out. The water boiler kept on making a whistling noise, as if angered. I could see the gas flame through a small window. It was roaring at full force, completely blue. Sadako's entire body was boiled red and flaccid as though her bones had melted away. She was almost like a doll as she laid there unconscious. I wasn't sure how many seconds passed as I stared in complete bafflement. I came back to my senses and probably shoved off the boiler. Then I dragged Sadako's small body out of the bathtub. The water in it was as hot as the water in public baths. Was she in this boiling water for the entire night? She'll die! She'll die! Sadako's body was lighter than I expected as I laid her on the floor and wrapped her in a towel. I went back into the bathroom and opened up the vent, creating a path for a cool breeze to come through. Upon the breeze hitting her, Sadako moaned again. You'll be alright, Sadako! It's me, Keiji! Keiji! Can you hear me? Keiji's, blurry and unfocused. I could tell she wasn't completely conscious. Upon closer inspection, her limbs and waist were twitching slightly. This was way worse than normal overheating. This was dangerous. Didn't they call this heat stroke? Think, what would a teacher do if a girl passed out in the middle of summer during a marathon in gym class or something? I turned the water faucet in the kitchen all the way on and soaked a towel in it. I then took a cold towel and pressed it on Sadako's forehead. Sadako reacted harshly to the coldness and let out a muffled voice. For burns, right, you would soak the burned spot under running water. Then, could I run cold water in the shower and cool her off like that? No, if it was that sudden, it wouldn't be good for her heart, and she'd go into shock. I think I read that once before. This was about as much nursing as I could possibly give her. Anything more than this would be too much for the likes of an amateur. What happened, Sadako? You're alright now. I will. Your Nini will save you for sure. 5,039? 5,040? Huh? What was Sadako reciting under her breath? I brought my ear to her mouth to better make out the mysterious, spell-like words she kept saying. At that moment, I understood what they were for. Sadako, you're counting? Why? People tell little kids in the bath to count to 100 a lot, right? Do they? Sadako was counting like that. But 5,039? You moron! How long were you supposed to count in your bathtub? Tip fell. I doubted my ears and doubted her common sense. 10,000? You're a freaking idiot! What kind of dumbass could count to 10,000? There's no way you could do that! You boiled to death before you got that far! Why were you? My uncle... Last night, her uncle flew in a rage at the diner she made, saying it stunk and wasn't edible. Sadako didn't understand what on earth he meant. It wasn't much different than what she usually made for him. Maybe he hated the smell of the pickled vegetables she bought in particular. Her uncle then decided the stink was originating from Sadako, and shouted at her that she never ever took baths. And then he put Sadako in the boiling water and told her not to come out until she counted to... I'll kill you! I snapped and exploded. Raising the newspaper wrapped hatchet, I stampeded through the house. I searched for anything. Traces, signs, smells, vibration, heartbeats. With a war cry, I raced up the stairs. It was such a force. I could have stomped a hole through them. Then I found the futon in the room I thought would be her uncle's. And well aware he wasn't sleeping in it, I bashed it with the hatchet. Did he run into the closet? I'll bust the entire closet down, door and all. If he's not there, maybe there's a secret door. Any switches or levers in the walls here? I smashed into wall after wall with the hatchet, crushing them. Dust rose into the air, and broken pieces scattered about the floor. I smashed all the glass windows too, for good measure. After I destroyed everything beyond recognition in her uncle's room, my reason finally kicked in and suppressed my emotions. Anyway, her uncle wasn't in the house right now. I had to leave about Sadako. I went back to the changing room. Sadako was still lying limp on the floor. There was nothing more an amateur like me could do for her. I needed to take her to the clinic. Coach had treated me like a lunatic yesterday and tried to lock me up in a mental hospital. I never wanted to see his damn face again, but I still need to go to the infirmary one more time. I needed to have a doctor look at Sadako. I thought about putting her in the dirty uniform lying in the laundry basket, but I had no experience dressing someone, so it would be pretty difficult. Shit, I don't have time to be wasting here. I eventually gave up on clothing her and decided to carry her in her bath towel. The clinic was close to Sadako's house. It would be faster to carry her there than to call 119 and get an ambulance. I threw the biggest towel I could find over her and prompted her to stand up. Can you stand? I'll carry you over to the clinic. Thank you. Her words sounded clearer than before. She was starting to come back. I cried tears of relief, just knowing she improved even a little bit. Sadako turned over, so she was lying on her face, and then put up a weak struggle to get up on a knee. I smoothly swept her up and put her on my back. The towel I put on seemed like it was about to fall off. The towel, it hurts. Well, we'll be there soon. It won't be long, so stay strong. It didn't hurt one bit to carry Sadako. She was light, too light. The lightness actually made me uneasy. Outside, I got hotter. I was so eager to attack Sadako. Fucking cicadas! Why did I have to choose this morning to get so hot out? I didn't have time to swear at them. The clinic was this way. Hoisting Sadako onto my back, I broke into a trot. Oh wow! Holy fuck! What the hell? How you doing, dude? Good to see you. How you doing tonight? Oh boy, he snapped. He definitely snapped. But taking the time to destroy the uncle's room? Really, KG? We have to go to the doctor, you dumb itty dum-dum. Come on. You have time to snap. You gotta save Sadako. The hilly road to the clinic, with which I had never had difficulty before, was now torturous. Big beads of sweat poured on my brow, and at some point, my breath had grown faint. The hatchet in my belt was heavy and made it hard to walk. You brought the hatchet with you? I considered leaving it, but I couldn't let it go. At least not while Sadako's uncle was still breathing. The signboard for the Erie Clinic came into sight, but I quickly noticed something odd, so I stopped. Several red revolving lights are flashing at the clinic. 3 police cars are parked in the parking lot with their lights on. There didn't need to be much else to inform me something had happened. I didn't want to see Coach, so I planned to leave Sadako in the clinic waiting room and give the receptionist a method. Did Coach die? Did our curse work? Did Coach die here? Is he dead? Oh, you fell asleep around 8 and now you're up? Well, it's good to see you, dude. Get that late night sleep. Gotta be nice. How was the rest of your day? Did you have a nice one? Was it relaxing? Or was it tiring? Is that why you fell asleep? Or did you fall asleep because you're relaxing? I hope it's relaxing. This is not okay! This is not okay! Hey, what's up, Geek-san? Good to see you. How you doing tonight? I don't like this. She is a child! What the fuck? What's going on? Why are there so many police cars? I gently put Sako down the shade of the thicket. I don't know. I'll go see what happens, so you stay here for a moment. Leaving a lady in a place like this wearing nothing but a bath towel seems unforgivable. If you can still fire off those insults, you'll be fine. Get off my screen. Thank you. That was awkward as fuck. I should go? I should go. I don't want to be here. That was so not okay. This is very uncomfortable all around. That was horrible. Why would they add that? That's so disgusting. Why? She is a baby. Who was that for? That's disgusting. At least wrap it around all the way. What the fuck is wrong with these people? The writer freaks me out. I don't know if I trust the writer, guys. That is not okay. I have no problem when you want to murder children. But when you start to sexualize, then I have a problem. That is so gross. So gross. What's this game rated? I have no idea. I don't know, actually. I don't know. But I was not ready for that. Oh, yeah. I'll be right back. I added getting to my feet. Cautious of my surroundings, I hid myself behind a car and got closer to the officer grouped at the clinic's entrance. I overheard an officer wearing a necktie, probably their leader, and a white-robed doctor having a discussion about something. The doctor didn't seem to be Coach. It was one of those who Coach told to make me the tea yesterday. So you were the first one to find it, since you were on morning duty. So then, what did it look like? He was sitting on the sofa in the head office. He looked like he was taking a nap. There was a jug and an empty bottle of sleep medication on his desk. So he immediately thought he had tried to commit suicide with it. What else? His high temperature and indicated a severe disturbance of consciousness? It seemed like a typical case of sleeping pill poisoning, so I immediately began to treat him. Without calling the police or an ambulance? An ambulance? This is a hospital, sir! This is a hospital, and I'm a doctor! What a stupid question! Since his life was in danger, it's my job to treat him at once. Yes, I understand. Okay, what else? His breathing was in disarray, so I put him on a respirator. I also administered breathing stimulants. It had no effect, so I prepared a medical ventilator and... Right. So in other words, you did what you could, but it wasn't enough. That's it, right? You reported this as soon as he died? Yes. It was very unfortunate that we were unable to save him. Just then, a radio on one of the police cars started to buzz, producing a broken mechanical voice. This is HQ. Komiyama-san, can you hear me? Over. Oh, hello? This is Komiyama. We've come up with something. It looks like you committed suicide with sleeping pills. No notes or anything. Suicide? What the heck were they talking about? Kichi, why are you so fucking dense? Someone had committed suicide at the clinic. But who? I wish Takano-san dead. And she died the next day. And yesterday, I wish Coach was dead. Then, could he have... Do you use sleeping medication regularly? I don't really know. Did he normally complain that he was tired or wanted to die? Well, Yurei-sensei was normally so... well, himself. He never acted like that. So I was right. Yurei-sensei, they are talking about Coach. Coach killed himself. Why would he do that? There couldn't have been any reason he wanted to die. The only reason that came to mind was that I wanted him dead. This world was insane. If I wanted someone dead, they die. That was the kind of world this was. Then, what about Oshi? What happened to him? If people really died because I wanted them to, then something should have happened to him too. Oh, hey, Chazo, what? What are you grumbling? What do you want attention for, baby girl? It's okay. It's okay. You can go outside whenever you want. The door is open. You got a doggy door. You don't need me, honey. Aww. But I love you. Yes, I do. Dog in real life, yeah! That's my Chazo girl. Chazo moo 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 moo. Oh, she's such a sweetie. I love her. What's up, girlie? Are you alright? You okay, sweetheart? Oh, I love you. Alright. Sorry, honey, I gotta keep reading. I know it's such a long stream, I'm sorry. But I gotta keep going. I wanna know what the fuck is going on. Oh. Just we needed to distract us, yeah? Just need a little doggy time in between all the death. Good girl, baby. Go outside. Do you need to go outside? Go outside if you want to. It's okay. Over 4 hours, though? Oh, I can feel it. Hey, good morning. What's up, Apple? How you doing? All right, good to see you. Oh, no, Dexter got jealous and had to come over, too. Hi, Dexter. I got both puppos. Yay! Oh, you just woke up? Like Doom. Wow, you guys are waking up so late. What is going on today? Oh boy. Got work, Charlie? Oh my god, Pupples! Pupple, pupple, pupple. Pupple, pupple, pupple. Pupple, pupple, pupple. Got any glasses prescription after this? Yeah. Alright, go relax, babies. I gotta finish this, okay? But you missed a lot, Apple. This story has taken so many crazy turns. I can't believe it. I'm kind of worried this isn't the last chapter now. Cause how could it be? How long is this story? I'm sorry, you don't gotta be sorry. It's just hard to explain what the fuck is going on anymore. We're kind of in an alternate world. Like we killed the uncle, and then we woke up. We seem to be in a different world where we didn't kill the uncle. Then very confusing. Very weird. But now for the second time, somebody that Kichi wanted to die has died. So why hasn't the uncle died? If that's the way it's been working, why has the uncle not died? But we also didn't see him. When we went back to the house, he wasn't there. Where would he be at 7 in the morning? That seems odd. I've sent you backup? Oh, right, the police officers. The chief wants you to leave the rest to them and get back to searching for Oshi's car. Is that who? No, Oshi was looking up a car, not his own. Yes, sir. Please, excuse me then. It looks like we are getting relief here, so please leave everything as it is now. Alright, let's go. The officers nodded and split up into the patrol cars. Did they just say, searching for Oshi's car? Searching for his car? That meant he had gone missing? Takano-san, Coach, and Oshi. When I wished for it, the very next day, they disappeared. No matter how angry you were, when you said you wished someone was dead, it didn't normally happen. God, do I wish it would happen though. Everyone knew just wishing for it wouldn't make them dead, and that's why people could utter such curses so lightly. But the curses I uttered were being granted. At the time, I hadn't even been walking, and yet... Tap. I heard a footstep. And it wasn't only one this time. Tap, tap. They came from behind. And they stood right behind me, reaching a hand for my shoulder. No, please! I don't want to see this! I don't, no! I will not allow! This is gross and I'm not allowing this on my channel! This is disgusting! No! No naked Sadako for you guys! No! No! The fuck is wrong with this game? Would you mind telling me what's going on? Sadako? Don't scare me like that! Demonetized! What's up, doppelganger? How you doing? That's right, Kaiju sits are part-time! We have seen a lot on this channel, but a child half naked is not what I want! No! This is gross, and I hate that I still have to see it! I'm just gonna put my hand in front of the screen. I hate this! I hate this! This is so fucked up! I'm so glad Coach is dead! After all those red flags, he deserves to be dead! Oh man! Just in time, I mean! Hello! I don't like it! I don't like it! Poor Sadako, she's so cute! But she is a child! The fuck is wrong with this game? You don't put half-naked children in games! That's fucking gross, man! That's nasty! Nasty. Oh, she's mad at me. You can see it, she's angry. She angry girl. I'm the one scared here. I'm afraid if you didn't shout so suddenly. It was Sadako. Her eyes were still unstable, unfocused, but she seemed to be able to at least walk on her own now. She looked far better now compared to her earlier exhausted state. So can she wrap that towel around a little bit better, maybe? Seems to be a thing in these stories. I hate it. I hate it. Why is there so many pedo jokes? It's so fucked up. It's not okay. It's truly not okay. The scariest thing about these games is the how they portray these children. I mean, we already know Sadako is most likely sexually abused. Doesn't mean I want to see it. I do too, especially since You really like reading the story? Yeah, right? I like the story. But this is not okay. Stop doing this, please. Stop talking about little girls. It's fucking creepy. It's disgusting. How do you feel? Are you better? My head still hurts. But I can't stay outside looking like this forever. No, duh. She gave a smile, a show of courage, but her legs are still shaky. Did we already bring her into the hospital? Can't they get her a gown or something? This just seems so wrong that she's still in a towel. The fuck, man? Anyway, what on earth is going on? When I heard from the police talking, Coach apparently committed suicide. Eh? Sadako was at a loss of words. Her face grew paler and paler. I could tell she was doubting her own ears. Keiichi-san, is that true? I didn't mishear you. That's what I heard. They say Irai-sensei killed himself with sleeping pills. Sadako went down on her knees and broke out in tears. It can't be. Coach, he would never ever kill himself. As I watched Sadako crying and clawing at grass, I felt myself trapped by guilt and remorse. I got so angry that Coach was treating me like a madman yesterday. That he betrayed me. That I thought he'd be better off dead. But even Coach, who was to me deserved to die, still must have had people who loved and respected him. Like Sadako here. In my selfish, egotistical anger, I wished for his death, and it was granted. And now Sadako was crying hysterically as a result. The guilt tore at my heart. I worked myself up to murder for Sadako's sake. I decided I wanted Sadako to be happy. But was that really all it took? Murder meant taking someone's life. It meant making everyone attached to that person sad. In Sadako's uncle's case, of course, nobody would be sad. So I didn't feel a sense of guilt at all. But Coach's death was different. Don't worry about Keiichi. He probably was just waiting to groom Sadako anyways. That disgusting fucking freak. So you still saved her. Good job. Good job. I'm glad he's dead. I am so happy he's dead. Huh, finally. Get the pedo shit out of here, man. Hell no. Coach heard they were closing the cafe and he couldn't live without his mates. True. Probably. His weird obsessions, he's just gross as fuck. They all play it for laughs, but it's nasty. He's not okay. Coach was a full-on creep, and they just laughed about it. I'm glad he's dead. I am so happy. Thank you. What? Stream's over? What do you mean stream's over? What? No? Huh? What do you mean? We're still gonna keep going. I just didn't know she was gonna appear on screen with her towel again. But the coach was different. I had wanted to make Sadako happy. And that had resulted in me inflicting a deep sadness upon her, hadn't it? But Coach killed himself. It wasn't my... Sob! wiping her tears, she stood up. I'm sorry. Hey, now it looks like I'm just in the game. And the only thing I could think to say to her was an apology. Ah, there she is. Why are you apologizing? Well, yesterday I, got into a fight with Coach. And I thought that I wanted him to die. I wanted it so he really... Sadako looked at me dubiously for a few moments. Eventually, her expression softened as she interpreted my words in her own way. Isn't it your fault, Kichi-san? Or it isn't your fault, Kichi-san! Coach was an adult too. He felt like there was something he had to give his life for, and chose to do so after a lot of worrying and suffering. It's not anyone's fault. She smiled a little, trying to comfort me. I do not want to be naked forever. Trust me, we don't want you to be naked. I want some clothes. Get some clothes. Are you okay? Shouldn't you get someone at the clinic to... I won't die from putting on clothes before going. Sadako readjusted her bath towel and started back along the path. Her stride was wobbly and didn't look like she recovered as much as she let on. Thank you. Get off my screen. Hopefully that's the last one. Think I could move myself back down here? That'd be great. In a way that has multiple endings? Technically, yes. Yeah, every game is a different... How do you want to say? Instance of time? I guess? Every time we start a new chapter, it's new. Like everything that happened in the old chapters did not happen here. This is a new chapter. Higurashi doesn't have multiple endings like Tell games. It is still considered a game? Yeah, I mean, it's a visual novel. Oh, hi, Raccoon! Good morning! What's up, Raccoon? How you doing? Good to see you, good to see you. How you doing, bro? Shit has been a while here, but I hope you're having a good day. It's probably Wednesday for you now. It's actually Wednesday for me now. Wow! Hump day! Let's go! It's a visual novel with extra stuff you can look at? I mean, isn't that what a visual novel is? It's visual. Okay. Yeah, Higurashi is confusing as fuck. But it's good. Go watch the anime. It is so much better in the anime. It's still confusing, and you won't really know what the fuck's going on for a while. But once you understand what's going on, it's awesome. It's awesome. I mean, you can unlock those clues you can look at later. What clues? The tips? The random little tips that really do nothing for the story? They give you very little. But they're alright. Alright, now that I'm in my corner. The tips, yeah. The tips this time around have been very short and not very helpful at all. But that's fine. That's fine. I did not read any of this. I mean, they had bits in pieces. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. It's a nice way to break it apart. But I'd rather just get through this already. So much has happened. At first, Sadako tried to get back home. And it was the time in the morning when people were going to school and to work. So after seeing people walking around, she thought better of it. She must have been pretty embarrassed wearing only a towel. God damn it! God damn it, Sadako! Why? I thought we were done with this! Fucking Good, go get some fucking clothes. My clothes should be there. Just get a gown at the hospital. My dude. What's wrong? And can't you son? Oh, that's why you're in the middle? Yeah. YouTube, interesting. No, I do not condone. I do not condone. Your girlfriend was confused? Yeah, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. This is not okay, man. Not okay. Sako noticed I was hanging my head and spoke to me. Despite how he might have come off, Coach was an adult, alright? He would certainly not have killed himself after a petty fight with Yo-Kaiju-san. Please stop blaming yourself. At first, I thought it was a coincidence. But with 3 people now, I couldn't discard the possibility. There is no such thing as impossible in this world. These past few days hadn't made any sense. What hasn't? Sadako seemed to be having trouble breathing, but she still tried to listen to what I say. At the Watanagashi Festival the day before last, you went home on the way there, right? And I went there and had a lot of fun. So it would seem. I do apologize for getting so upset with you about it. Sadako remember how she blew up at me in the classroom yesterday and bowed to me a little. If I said I actually didn't go to the festival at all, would you believe me? Sadako looked at me confused. She couldn't help it, of course. Of course I wouldn't believe you. What are you on about? You wouldn't, right? I don't believe it either. I mean, I didn't go to the festival, but everyone's saying I hung out with them there. Nobody would believe it, right? Are you being serious? Yeah. Ever since the night of Watanagashi, everything's been messed up. These weird footsteps suddenly started following me everywhere. The blood drained from Sadako's expression. Footsteps? Following you? Yeah. I thought it was just my imagination at first, but they stayed with me. They're probably still here. I can't tell them apart now because of your footsteps, though. Sadako took a long and hard look at me. Maybe she was doubting my sanity. Coach did the same thing. I mean, why wouldn't he? After telling him this. The more I thought about it, the more I was unable to endure the feelings that my hatred for Coach had been meaningless. On the day of the Watanagashi, I didn't go. I was doing something else. The whole time. I wasn't sleeping or unconscious or anything. So it's not possible that I walked to the festival in my sleep and forgot about it afterwards. That is quite strange. Then how are you at the festival? That's what I mean. I didn't go to the festival. No, I can't let myself get emotional. If I get agitated now, that'd be like proving that there's something wrong with my head. Sorry. Well, nobody believes me, so, yeah. If that's what you say, Keiji-san, then I'll believe you. Then what? That night, I saw Takano-san, and it felt like she was looking down on me. So I made a wish. A wish that she would die. Takano-san does have that sort of air about her, doesn't she? I cannot say that I don't understand how you feel. Did you know that Takano-san died? It happened yesterday. Apparently, she was burned alive somewhere. Is that true? She died? I wished for her to die. And the next day, she was dead. And Oshi from the police, too. Do you know him? That annoying and fat detective guy? Hey, Keiichi, alright. Alright, man. Sako nodded a little. I heard from the police earlier, but apparently he went missing. And yesterday, actually, I wished that he would die. Is all this true? I'm not lying. I don't want to believe it either, but it's true. Takano-san, Coach, and Oshi, I wanted them dead, and then they really died. For a little while, Sadako was at a loss. A long silence ensued. Little... What a scary story! I should be sure not to get on your bad side, Keiichi-san. And that's not all. There's something even stranger. It's about your uncle. I would rather you not talk about my uncle. He was there yesterday, right? At your house? Can we please stop talking about him? I don't want to. It's impossible. He couldn't have been there. I said stop talking about him. No. That man couldn't have been there after the night of the Watanagashi. Because I... No! No more, please! No more about that man! I killed him. With my own hands. Even the cicadas stopped crying. Her face was streaked with tears, and it stiffened even more as she looked at me in disbelief. On the night of the Watanagashi festival, I killed your uncle. So, it's impossible that he could have gone back home. But still, he went back. And last night, he found fault with your dinner you made him, yelled all sorts of things at you, and then basically boiled you in a bathtub. That couldn't possibly have happened. So I wanted to make sure I'd actually kill him. So yesterday, I went to dig up the corpse I buried. But the body wasn't there. Is that even possible? I killed him for sure, but there was no body. And he went home like nothing happened. Home to you, and... It wasn't supposed to happen, was it? Sadako's entire body stiffened. She was shrinking away, like there was someone in front of her about to hurt her. You probably think I've gone a little crazy, don't you? I don't blame you. I can't believe it myself. Keiichi-san, I think you are very confused after all the people you wish were dead coincidentally died. You're just in shock at Coach's suicide, and you're really upset. I think you should stay home from school today and rest. I'll be fine, so please take care of yourself. Miss Sako spoke like she understood me, but she also told me to go home. I could see the revulsion in her face and knew that she didn't want to be around me anymore. Once I show you to the clinic, I'll go home. Your legs are still shaking, aren't they? It would be terrible if you collapsed halfway there. Really, I am fine now. I do not want to expose my naked self to a man any more than this, toppled up the shrine steps, looking like she was about to fall. I immediately ran up to her and helped her stay on her feet. Oh god, now she's over there? What is this? What the Why is she on this side now? God damn it, guy! But then Sadako promptly jumped away from me. That outright rejection hurt a lot. When she got to the top of the stairs, her breathing was ragged, and she wasn't even looking at me. At this point, I was being ignored. But it was more like she didn't want to have anything to do with me. It was really a feeling of rejection. And that hurt my heart more than any blade could have. Let's test that theory. This is the path I chose for her sake. To be treated like this at the end of it all was just so saddening. Don't be naive, Keiichimaru. You never wanted to be repaid in the first place. You didn't do it so that Sadako would thank you. You did it so Sadako would be happy. And that was what led to this ending. Rika-chan's house was a disaster prevention storehouse used by the town council. If you went past it a little further through the shrine grounds, you apparently reached the back of the assembly hall. Sadako was heading there, walking quickly, the gravel under her feet crunching as she went. Did she want to get there as soon as possible, or did she want to run away? I couldn't tell. And then I heard the victor's signs of wings. Dexter's howling outside. Hold on. I'm gonna go check on them real quick, because he does not howl often, and that's really weird to hear him howling outside. I'll be right back. Just hold on real quick. Hold on. Alright, we're back. Sorry, I don't know what he was howling at. But it was like 1 in the morning. He never howls. That's so weird. You howl if he hears like sirens. But I didn't hear anything. That was bizarre as fuck. But alright, we're back. I'm gonna put myself back in the corner for now. Hopefully we won't have any more naked children on screen. Hey, Dexter, what are you doing out there, buddy? That was a lot of howling, too. That was like 3 or 4 that I heard. That's a lot from him. Crazy boy. Crazy. You're a good boy, though. Yeah. But you be quiet. People are trying to sleep out there, you know? Oh, you okay? Still got a little cough? Oh, it's alright, buddy. You can relax now, okay? Behave yourself. Alright. What I say? You hear the vigorous sounds of wings flapping? I turned around and saw a crow. Oh no. Oh no. Rika? Rick, why are dogs running? Why are you running now? What is happening? Guys, don't run on my bed. Come over here. Come here. Come here, you little butts. What are you doing? No fighting on the bed. No fighting on the bed. Okay, relax. You crazy girl. No, you guys be nice. Oh my goodness. No, don't run and my fuck, alright. They did something. They are crazy right now. Okay, all good. Hopefully all good. Think they might have gone outside. Hopefully they're good though. The fuck, dogs? I'm trying to raise this shit. But turn around and saw a crow. I don't like where this is going. There's only one crow scene I can remember from Higurashi, and it was not good. She's still running. I hadn't seen many crows since coming to Hinamizawa. I saw them a lot in my old town, though. On garbage day, they flock to the trash collection points, peck through the bags with their beaks, drag out the contents, and have a feast. As I was remembering that, I saw a few crows flocking around the shrine's donation box. And I thought how terrible it was for someone to leave a garbage bag in a place like that. The cicadas quieted. Rika. Breathing stopped. The thoughts ceased. Even time came to a halt. I ran over to where the crows were flocking. I ran there in order to drive a horrible idea out of my mind. I definitely hadn't wanted this. There's no way I would have ever wished for this even by mistake. This was not. When they noticed my vicious approach, the crows all flapped upwards, fleeing into the sky. When the crows' big black bodies flew away, they exposed the garbage bag. What had I seen there? The scream had escaped from my throat before I understood what I was looking at. What was this? Sadako came over as well, realizing something had happened. And she looked over my shoulder, and she screamed as well. This wasn't. The garbage bag was crimson, dyed in fresh blood. Enough of this stupid roundabout way of saying it. That's right. Yes. It was Rika-chan! Our friend! Sadako's best friend! Always easygoing, clever as a cat, but so cute you couldn't hate her. Our friend, Rika-chan. She was... Rika-chan was stark naked. She was faced up, went sprawled. Her eyes were like glass, just staring straight up into the sky. And Rika! Sadako broke down crying on the spot. And yet, she still couldn't approach her friend's remains. The crows had gone through the garbage bag and dragged well leaking out of her guts. And her intestines were scattered in every direction. Like it had been for fun. The entire ground was covered in ocean of red and black. A few of the crows had hopped around inside that ocean. They walked through the sea of blood, leaving bloody footprints, and those footprints, there were several still left in Rika-chan's body. Those sinister prints made it seem even more like a bizarre ritual killing. I may have wished for Takano and Coach and Oshi to die, but I didn't remember ever wishing for Rika-chan's death. Yeah, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I stumbled backwards, then stepped onto a newspaper. A newspaper in a place like this? The newspaper was what was covering my hatchet. I had kept it wrapped up and on my belt in order to carry Satoko. And that newspaper had fallen off. Sheesh, don't scare me like that. I bent down to pick it up, and then Satoko looked at me with such disbelief as I'd never seen, and froze. She was looking straight at me, at the hatchet, on my belt. Satoko, no! Calm down, Satoko! This is what it looks like! Satoko, trembling madly, backed away. It wasn't me! It wasn't me! It wasn't! Murder! She didn't care at all that she was exposing herself through the towel. She just trembled and tried to step back from the demon in front of her. Satoko, please! Calm down! Please relax! Satoko! No! No! Screaming weakly, Satoko girl began to run, unsteadily. Run away, that is. Wait! Please wait, Satoko! You're wrong! That's not it! The way she ran away, it was so weak, so slow. So if I wanted to go after her, I could have caught up. But if I try to grab Satoko's shoulder or something right now, she might actually go crazy. So I had to follow her and try to clear this up. Oh, fuck. Damn, welcome in, Morgan. Good morning. This is quite a way to start your morning, bro. Holy fuck. How was this the Rika route? What? I remember this scene. I remember that scene so visually. That scene was always so fucked up. I thought that was gonna happen in the next chapter because it's about Rika. But no, it's this one? What the hell is happening in here? You killed Takano-san and Coach and Oshi-san, didn't you? You killed my uncle and then you killed Rika. You murdered her. No, it wasn't me. I didn't kill her. What are you saying? You just said it yourself, did you not? You wanted them to die. And then everyone died, didn't they? Well, no. Just wishing that they were dead. I couldn't. You don't even remember what you did, do you? How could I trust a person like you? Didn't your memories of killing them just slip your mind? No, maybe you're only pretending not to remember. Besides, But in this situation, explaining my innocence in such a short period of time was impossible. I mean, I didn't even know if I was really innocent anyway. At the very least, I killed Sadako's uncle. There's no body, but I killed him. Without a doubt. At that point, I was far from innocent. And I had wished Takano-san, Coach and Oshi were dead. And that curse of mine was granted. I wish for Takano-san to die. I didn't think of anything more than a normal thing you say to someone you didn't like. But then she actually did die. And I realized that if I wanted people to die, they would. And hoping it would happen again, I cursed Coach and Oshi to the same fate. So, even ignoring Takano's death, Coach's and Oshi's were completely premeditated crimes. Was I a killer? Just like Sadako said? Was I unable to distinguish between illusion and reality? And turn to a demon without remembering it? Becoming a killer who carried out Oroshiro-sama's curse? No, that couldn't be it. It was impossible. Ah, damn it! The very word impossible was impossible in Yumazawa right now. How many frickin' times have I said that word these past 3 days? Sadako had started crying again and was walking unsteadily. At first, it felt like she was still running away, but now, it was like she was walking away, crying from someone bullying her. Why? Why did things turn out this way? Why? Why? If there weren't an answer to that, I wanted to know it too. Why? Why did it turn out like this? After Nini went away, I was lonely for a long time. But then Keiichi-san transferred to our school, and everyone was happy again. It was fun again. Every day was beautiful. Yeah, she was right. Those days were bright and beautiful. And yet, after that, Sadako and I shot the exact same thing. How did it turn out like this? The cicadas were sneering at the spectacle. Our strange game of tag. Shut up, shut up, shut up! Eventually, I heard the murmurings of a stream. Look, the forest parted, and a suspension bridge appeared. Sadako was crossing dangerously, wobbling as she might fall at any moment. And when I stepped onto the bridge, it swayed a lot, causing Sadako to stagger and fall on the spot. Sadako, are you okay? Oh God, why? I thought she was closed by now. Okay, oh, damn it! Keiichi is not a smooth criminal, not at all. Sadako, are you okay? Don't come near me. You murderer! Sadako shouted, her hatred made very clear. It was sad. If words could cut, and this warmth flowing through my eyes would have been blood for sure. Why? Why did you turn out this way? Keiichi-san, I really liked you. I wanted to go up to her and give her a hand. But the distance between us was uncrossable. If I got any closer, Sadako would start shouting again. And say things that would hurt me deeply again. So I couldn't approach her any closer than this. Sadako, This was mortifying. I wasn't crazy. Hinamizawa was crazy. Ever since I wandered into it, lost on that one night. This insane world where I was at a festival when I wasn't, and the uncle I killed was alive. Where death would come just by wishing for it. It was this world's fault. Neon and Reina started acting strangely, like they were possessed by something too. And Coach wouldn't believe anything I had to say. And even Satoko, who I should have protected, was yelling at me like this. Was the price for killing a man supposed to be this high? Was I really going to be forced to stay in such a bitter world? I did the right thing. At least I wanted to. So then, why? I hated it. Every time I asked why, the days Sako and I enjoyed peace went so wrong. Sadako, please, believe me. I'm not a murderer. Then what is that hatchet for? Can you give a convincing explanation for that? Is this hatchet scaring you? You still have it? Okay, I'll throw it away. That's what you want, right? Sadako didn't nod, but she seemed to be in agreement with that proposition. I clumsily took the hatchet out of my belt, then dropped it over the side of the bridge into the stream below. There, it's gone. Now, you listen to me, right? You think I'll let my guard down just because you got rid of your weapon? Keiichi-san, you're strong. It'll be easy for you to strangle me with your bare hands. Like how I would ever want to kill Sadako. You idiot. Then what should I do? Should I put my hands on my head? Yes, why don't you? Please, put your hands on your head and face the other way. It was a cunning plan, much like the one she used during club activities. Putting my hands on my head and turning away would mean I couldn't attack Sadako very easily. I immediately acquisition to her request, since it would make her feel better. Is this alright? Please, listen to what I have to say. Sadako stood up, then carefully approached me from behind. And then she actually came right up behind me. She was so close, and yet I was so sad that I wasn't allowed to turn around. I sorta think I understand that it isn't your fault, Keiichi-san. Huh? I think probably you had just been possessed by something evil. Until before, I thought Keiichi-san was a killer. But now I know. After looking at your eyes, I could hear that Sadako was still crying, but her voice was gentle just the same. Keiichi-san could never kill anyone. Something silly possessed his body and made him do evil things. Was she speaking literally right now? Or was she trying to admonish me? I couldn't tell. Come to think of it, maybe they were possessed, just like Keiichi-san. In the time, I was only thinking I'd be killed, so I didn't think about it. But now I understand. That was the work of something evil that possessed you. Sadako? What are you? It was less like she was talking to me, and more like she was talking to herself. Like she was confessing at my back. I understand, you know? It isn't like I haven't experienced it myself. about. I climbed to the top of the ritual storehouse once. It was a few years ago. Hopefully I can be over here now. Once, when Sadako was playing hide and seek at the shrine grounds, she climbed onto the roof of the storehouse for ritual influence, which everyone said not to go near, and hid. Then Sadako saw that she could get in through a window meant for ventilation. For Sadako, the word curse was plenty scary, but she was more curious about what was inside the unknown storehouse. Removed the grating. She removed the grating on the window, which was already hanging off, slid her small body into it, and climbed back down inside. It was too dark to see much, but after descending, she realized just how high she'd been. Despite the darkness, she could see a few things around her thanks to the faint light coming in from the air window. In her disappointment, it was just a regular old storehouse. She tried to leave, but the door was locked up tight from outside, and it was made to not open from within. She would have to go back through the ventilation window she came from. But the window was high on the wall, and there was no way she'd be able to climb back up. Sadako desperately tried not to cry, and racked her brain thinking of a way to get up there. There are a lot of birdcage-looking things hanging by chains from the ceiling. She took the hanging chains and strung them along the wall. If she climbed the bundle of chains, she might be able to manage to climb to the ventilation window. There was nothing else she could do, so she just had to try. And try she did. It was dark and creepy, and she didn't want to stay there forever. The more she thought about it, the more she panicked. She climbed the bundle of chains. Sadako could hear the clinks and clanks of everything creaking under her weight. And then, just as her hand reached the window, one of the metal fixtures she used to stick the chains on the wall flew off, and the chains all began to pull loudly and furiously every which way. Spurred on by the sounds behind her, she managed to get back up onto the roof of the window. Because of the weight of the falling bundle of chains, the other fixtures broke. And then one of the bird cages hanging from the ceiling fell to the floor with a huge noise. Under it was the image of Orashiro-sama, his vessel, and the cage took off one of his arms, then trapped some other implements up beneath it. It didn't take very long for her to grow scared of what she had done. The deafening noise could be heard from the inside of the shrine grounds. A few other children heard it and gathered around, and of course, Rika was one of them. Then, Rika's father, the shrine's priest, with an angry look ran over. And then, as far for what happened next, it was painful to remember. The only one who knew that Rika's parents kept the key to the ritual storehouse was Rika. So he scolded her, saying that this happened because Rika pulled a prank and hid me in there. He was very angry and menacing. Just looking at him was enough to frighten anyone. He exposed Rika's back, took a strangely shaped ritual cane or something, and struck her with it several times. Rika's words at the time, "It wasn't me, it wasn't me, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." That pitiful voice, I still can't get it out of my head. I should have said it was me. I should have said so. to save my best friend from the false accusations without being afraid of Rika's father's terrible temper. Rika gritted her teeth and cried at the crime she didn't remember doing. Ever since then, the world had been strange. I know. I understand. This is Oroshiro-sama's curse. His judgment for messing up the ritual storehouse and forsaking my best friend. Oroshiro-sama's curse. My father and mother too. They vanished in that muddy stream. My main aunt died too. But then Nini, who loved me more than anything, ran away from home. And then Keiichi-san transferred in. And I thought I finally got my fun life back. But this time, Keiichi was possessed. And even Rika got killed. There's something I heard once. Oroshiro-sama, when he really curses someone, he doesn't kill them right away. He goes in order of your closest friends, and after killing them all, he kills the person last. So, Keiichi-san, the curse got you too. I'm sure that Reina-san and Mion-san will be cursed next. And then they'll kill or be killed. No more. No! Calm down, Sadako. There is no curse. Nobody is trying to torment you. When I turned around, I was thrust away with amazing force. My hands were awkwardly placed on my head. I couldn't take the fall and lost my balance. And I've been pushed not into the bridge, but to the side. Towards the stream. No. This can't be happening. As one last miracle, I was allowed to grab a cord hanging from the bridge. Far below me was the stream. We were pretty high up, and below were rocks of all sizes. If I fell, it clearly wouldn't be pretty. The entire bridge was tilting under my body weight. My frail little grip probably wouldn't last another minute before my fingers had to let go. Sadako! Sadako! I didn't understand myself. What I meant by shouting her name then. Was I asking her to save me? Was I asking her why she did this? Finally, everything came back into focus, and I saw Sadako. And I was surprised at what an odd expression she had. It was the first time I'd ever seen it. It was an expression of righteous anger, meant only for those who needed to die. Die, you murderer! Give him back! Give back my Nini! Give back Rika and Mommy and Keiichi! We do not need this, please! As she screamed, she jerked the bridge to and fro. She didn't have to do that. I was gonna fall anyway. I won't lose the likes of you. I won't lose to some stupid curse. I will never, ever lose to you. You took everyone. I will never lose to you. Not ever. Sadako, please, just let me say one thing. I don't know what my face looked like at that time, but it seemed like it was enough to quell Sadako's agitation. I know that what I did isn't exactly praiseworthy. No, in fact, maybe I should never have done it at all. But I did it because I wanted you to be happy. Please, Sadako didn't seem to have any more desire to listen to what I had to say. And for what happened at the very end like this was tragic. I didn't do any of it, so you would praise me. If it made you happy, that was all that mattered. We were nothing. Without your smile, we were nothing. So, after I disappear, please, smile. If I can go on with your new life by me dying, then please, just smile. Can't you at least promise me that? Stop speaking! Don't use Keiichi-san's mouth like that! Fall down! Die! And those were the last words Sadako ever spoke to me. Those sad, tragic, and altogether unrewarding words. What on earth was I? My desire to make Sadako happy ended up like this. Where did I first go wrong? And what was the mistake I made? When did I make it? Was I the crazy one? Or was it Hinamizawa? Even after all this, I thought I wasn't crazy at all. It was this eerie world that was crazy. This world I accidentally wandered into one night. Because that fun world, where I never doubted all the crazy times we had as a club would go on forever. It couldn't possibly have been transformed into such an abnormal world. That fun world wouldn't have ever ended with this, with Sadako pushing me to my death. In the end, I was going to be swallowed up by this crazy world and disappear. No, I probably already disappeared. Yeah, probably. On the night of the Watanagashi. I'm sure that in the world I really belonged to, I had vanished that night, and everyone was worried. It was laughable that I had taken this long to figure out I wasn't around anymore. Orishiro-sama's curse of the 5th year was Sadako Uncle's dying and me disappearing. In the real world, Sadako had been freed. Many of my friends were all lamenting my disappearance and violently trying to get back on my feet. And even though they were 4 people, the club would reopen and they would have a good time without me. Waiting for the day when I would come back. I'm sorry, everyone. I couldn't come back home. But this is what I wished for. It was my wish for Sadako's smile and my duty as her Nini. At this point, there'll be nobody left to torture you. Because Satoshi and I, it took 2 years, but we succeeded. That annoying, toothy smile of yours, we wanted to see it one more time. My pain wasn't gentle or merciful. It was a sharp pain, violent, powerful, and ruthless. What little compassion I had receded in the span of a moment. And now, I could die. I could say goodbye to this insane world. Farewell, crazed Hinamizawa. Thanks for giving me the psychic power to kill people whenever I wanted. If you'll still allow it, I'll wish for one last thing. The death of this very world, of this crazed Hinamizawa. So that nobody would ever again have to find themselves lost here. fuck? That's how it ends? What? Okay. What? 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 I swear there's a continue. It does say continue. Is there more? Demon, witness the final showdown? Is there more? Is there another chapter? How could there be? We just died. I thought Sonoko was accidentally gonna die, you know? I thought she was accidentally gonna fling herself over the bridge. Damn. But why Rika-chan? Why? None of this had to do with Rika. This was not the ending I thought it was. This is not what I expected at all. What the fuck, man? Heavy stuff for real. Let's see, new tip. Is there really another chapter? How could there be another chapter? What? How long could it be? See, even that one was about 2.5 hours. Damn. Orishiro-sama. Nobody really knows what character to use to write Orishiro-sama. Knowing this is hard partly because depending on the time period, he has been called with various titles with subtle changes to his name, and nobody knows the real one. The only thing all time periods agree on is that the 4 symbols O, Ya, Shi, and Ro are always used. There's a theory stating the shrine, or Yashiro, dedicated to Orishiro-sama, itself became an object of worship. And the people began calling it Yashiro-sama, or Lord Honorable Shrine? But this didn't make a bit of sense. I didn't know whether this was related, but people say the Fanatic family, the most respected bloodline in terms of worshipping Orishiro-sama, actually inherited his blood. And in the legend, the Fanatic family passed it down. If for 8 generations in a row, the firstborn child is a girl, the 8th daughter will be the reincarnation of Orishiro-sama. If we go by this legend, the characters used for Orishiro-sama's name should be O for honorable, Ya for 8, and Shiro for generation. These character assignments are simply something I thought of. There's no way to verify it. Who the hell is talking right now? If this is true, then Orishiro-sama would have been named as such under the assumption he would come again. The second coming of an object of worship can be seen in several religions, so this isn't unusual. But a few of these religions call the second coming of their objects of worship a day of judgment, or something along those lines. And we must not forget they mean it to be the end of the world. Rika Furude, pampered and loved dearly by the elderly folk in the village. The rumors say she is the 8th generation, and Orishiro-sama. I do not know the family tree of the Furudes, but at the very least, I can confirm for the past 2 generations, the first child had been a girl. Rika Furude watches over Hinamizawa. If the village were to lose her protection, what would happen? Would peace between man and demon be lost? Would it once again create a hellish landscape where man-eating demons run rampant? A gruesome feast of the demons, who suddenly remembered how delicious the weak humans were, who would only cry, scream, and run for their lives. What would that look like? Just imagining it is enough to make my heart pound with excitement. Oh, hey, that's all the tips! That is all the tips, so that means there is one more chapter? Seriously? How is there another chapter? We literally died! Do we get to go back to our world now? Is that what happens? Reading for another 2 hours seems like a pain in the ass, but I really want to get this done! I really do! Also, hi, Snake Guy! Sorry I didn't see you there! I don't know if you're still here, but hopefully you're having a wonderful night! This shit has been so crazy! Why? Why, Rika? Why? This was not the ending I thought we were getting at all! I thought we were gonna see Satoshi. I thought... Damn. Rika. Why, Rika? She didn't do anything. Why? Why the Rika? Oh, good night. Me safe. Yeah, that's the end of chapter 12. Is there really 13 chapters? Holy fuck. Well, I guess there's only one way to find out. It can't be that long of a chapter if we already died. Or maybe we're not dead? I want to know what the fuck was happening. It's been so much this time. Game? Hello? Okay. We're not dead. My head was pounding. The sky was bright. It was cold too. It hurt. Each sensation I felt led to a new and different one awakening. When I came to, I was flying face first on a dry river bed. A few body parts hurt a lot. The skin over a bunch of my joints was torn, turned blue or red or oozing blood. I could tell it was my bones that were in pain from the agony I felt whenever I moved. I looked up and saw how high the bridge was from which I had fallen. Considering I dropped from there, it was a miracle I could even open my eyes again. Right next to me was a broken upside-down car seat, which I guess some prankster had brought here. Maybe this thing had been conveniently lying right under me, allowing me to escape instant death. Miraculous. Of course, I didn't know whether this miracle was fortunate or unfortunate. I failed to die, and now I was stuck in this insane world. How long had I been unconscious for? The sun was high in the sky, so it looked like only 1 or 2 hours had passed. But my body's sluggishness didn't make it feel at all like so short a time had gone by. Mentally, it felt like I've been asleep here for a decade. Ow! The more feeling returned my body, the more the pain flooded in. It hurt so much. It would have been better not to have woken up. I needed to get to a doctor. Yeah, to Coach's clinic. The term Coach's clinic brought memories back one after another. Memories I wish I hadn't recalled. Sadako is no longer on the bridge. She would have returned to Hinamazawa by now. And she would put on some clothes, thank God. Go to the clinic and get a checkup. And report on how crazy I had seen. The police were waiting for me without a doubt. This time, would they find out for real that I killed her uncle and arrest me? Or would they just send me to a mental institution like I thought they might? Still, I didn't care which it was. People, or please, someone stop all this pain. You can boil me or cook me after that, whatever you want. I began to walk unsteadily, just limping along. I went downstream, and then through an animal trail-like path in the woods. Eventually, I finally came across a familiar road and set out towards the clinic. Human stew doesn't taste good? How would you know, Matthew? Wah, 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 wah. How you doing? Now good to see you. I thought the last chapter was the last one, but I think this is finally the actual last chapter. But what the fuck left is there to do? I guess we didn't die, but which world are we in? Are we still in the insane upside down? Or are we back to our original world? I need to know. Why did that have to happen to Rika? Rika didn't do anything wrong. Rika! Poor Rika! That was bullshit. Bullshit! Yeah, set off towards the clinic. Not to my house, but to the clinic, which had treated me like a lunatic. It was hot and humid. There was no wind, and the air was stagnant. For a while now, I'm smelling the terrible stench of burned eggs, and made my face scrunch up. And then, at last, I noticed something. I couldn't hear any cicadas. It was the first time I heard Hinamizawa be so utterly silent. When I thought back, it seemed like birds always chirped in the morning, cicadas always cried loudly in the afternoon, and Higurashi always rose up in the chorus in the evening. Always something to hear. I couldn't hear a single insect. The only thing I could hear was the rustling of the wind brushing the treetops. I never experienced this sort of quiet before. Even the only sound coming from the trees lacked life somehow. The trees were yellow, and many leaves were spreading on the ground, despite it being too early for autumn. Even the weeds had been growing so persistently at the side of the road had yellowed, browned, and lost their vigor. Only the sunlight itself was of the June Hinamizawa I knew. And yet, it seemed like the season had switched all of a sudden. Looking at the fallen leaves and rotten weeds led me to spot a few small insects turn on their backs. They weren't moving. They were corpses. I looked closer to see insect corpses scattered all around, like a child had collected them as samples and then strewn them about. The stench, what was it? It was terrible, like burned eggs, combined with all the bug corpses and leaves falling from the trees in summer. Had someone sprayed herbicide or pesticide around here? Even at school, we apparently fumigate. They call it pest disinfection or something, once or twice a year. I hadn't run into anyone, despite how bright it was outside. It was mid-afternoon, and yet it felt like I was sauntering about at midnight. Well, with this smell, nobody would want to be walking around outside. Just what was this anyway? There was no sound, no noise, not even a breath. Hinamizawa was silent. You did wish for it to die. The squirrel had come into view right after turning this corner, and yet I couldn't hear any commotion at all. None of the shouts or grunts that children always made. It was simply quiet. Just as predicting to ignore the silence had grown intolerable, I saw the school. And finally, I heard something. It was the sound of a few trucks. There were a few very tall trucks parked in the schoolyard, idling. About 10 workers in raincoats were unloading things from their trunks. It was hot and humid. Even in my casual clothing, I couldn't imagine how unbearable that must have been. And then I remembered. Our school is rented from the Forest Service field office building, wasn't it? It wasn't strange at all for the Forest Service trucks to be doing some kind of work in the schoolyard. Besides, what did the Forest Rangers do anyway? I felt bad for them having to work in such heat and with such a stench about. They were taking colorful cargo out of the truck and laying it up in the schoolyard. They were containers, fairly large ones, inside multicolored patchwork bags. Heavy too. They were carried in pairs. They lined up very neatly, like tuna at a riverside market. Several dozen hundreds of tuna were completely filling the fairly wide schoolyard up. I forgot my pain for a little while, captivated by this big forest ranger job I'd never seen before. As I stood there watching in a daze, the people in raincoats working on the other side noticed me. One of them pointed me out and then shouted a few things back and forth. I thought they might yell at me for getting in their way, so I decided to leave post-haste. But then, 2 trucks drove up behind me. I stepped aside and they entered the schoolyard. Sheets covered their trucks, but I could tell they were completely full. As they passed, there was an awful smell that made me want to choke. It wasn't the same burned egg smell before, but an even worse one, like rotten crab meat. What on earth was it? I've been shrouded in one terrible stench after another all day. Then, certain white letters embattled on the side of the passing trucks caught my eye. Ground Self-Defense Forces? What? Self-Defense Forces? Like the army? Why was the army in the schoolyard? Hey, you! Where did you come from? Suddenly, someone slapped me on the shoulders from behind. I turned around, and STF Jeep was parked there. The STF person had on a green raincoat and a gas mask, like in the movies, carrying a compressed air cylinder. He didn't look normal. There wasn't an inch of exposed skin anywhere. Where did Ow! When I tried to talk, I stretched a wound on my head. It made the FDF people exchange glances. I couldn't see their faces through the mask, but they seemed surprised. Do you live in Hinamazawa? Can you tell us your name and address? Well, yeah, I sort of live here. My name is Keiichi Matabara. Oh, and my address, Hinamazawa Village, Shishibone. After seeing me tell them my name and address without hesitation, one of the FDF people watching from the Jeep started talking into the radio. Base, do you read? Base, do you read? We have a 402 survivor discovered. I repeat, we have a 402. We found a survivor. He's in front of the Forest Service office. This is Base. We copy. Secure the survivor at once. What is his status? Healthy. Wounded all over, but not fatally. He can walk on his own. We'll send him to HQ for safety. I was prepared to go along with the police. But the SDF? I couldn't help but think it seemed a little bit much. They urged me back into a Jeep. And then they told me to put on this gigantic gas mask. I did so, and one of the troops fiddled around with it, strapping it tightly to me. It was heavy, hard to see out of hot and difficult to breathe. Just looking at the world through the lenses made it lose its sense of reality. My breathing sounded like some giant monster through the mask. At this point, I had no idea what was happening. With much trepidation, I asked the trooper to adjust my mask. Excuse me? Has something happened? Where were you? What were you doing? Hey, don't answer a question with more questions! I was the one asking you! I, fell from a rope bridge way back in the mountains. I think I passed out on the riverbed. I don't actually know what day it is. Today is June 22nd, 1983. Wednesday. Hey, it is Wednesday. That surprised me. Sadako pushed me off the bridge on Tuesday the 21st. That meant I've been asleep on that riverbed for an entire day. Forgive me for asking again, but did something happen? Why is the FDF here? Is this a drill? Had my question been that difficult for him? No, the troopers would answer me. But one of the driver's seat, talking on his radio, turned on the vehicles. He turned the dial, and some broadcast station or another came in. I started to listen to the voice on the radio I was familiar with. Was conducted at a Prime Minister's office? In regards to questions from the press that the SDF not responding to the disaster properly was directly related to this unheard of catastrophe. Chief Cabinet Secretary Okuno had this to say. And so, I believe that once the FDF received the dispatch order from the prefectural government, they responded promptly. According to him, the SDF was prompt to respond to the crisis after receiving their orders. He implied that it was the prefectural's responsibility for taking too long to comprehend the situation. When did the government who requested the FDF's dispatch actually became aware of the outbreak of such an unprecedented catastrophe? And did he not invite further damage because of the time lost before he sent the request for disaster relief? In other words, because of bureaucracy. We are awaiting further investigations into the matter. That was Mr. Okada, reporting for the Prime Ministerial Office residence. At this point, we can take another look at the political response following this disaster. In the middle of the night, between June 21st and June 22nd, a large-scale disaster broke out in Inamazawa village, Shishibone. The details have not yet been investigated, but there was an eruption of volcanic gas from somewhere in the Hinamazawa area. The gas was relatively heavy, and as it spewed out, it began to flow. That flow went down along the small river and headed directly into Hinamazawa village. After a few hours, it had covered the entire region. It happened in the middle of the night. 2 o'clock to 4 a.m.? Oh fuck, it's 2 a.m. right now! Why? Why? Every home and household in the village was afflicted. With most of the residents asleep, it is thought that all died without noticing the crisis. The catastrophe striking in the middle of the night caused its detection to come too late. But there was still one small opportunity to have noticed it. 3 a.m. A news dealer shop in Okinomiya sent a vehicle carrying the morning newspaper to its branch office in Hinamazawa. And usually, the shop would be contacted upon the vehicle's arrival. But this morning, that didn't happen. The new dealer's shop made repeated calls, but got no response. The shopkeeper sent his eldest son to check on things, but he lost contact with him as well. It is extremely regrettable. If they had contacted the police or fire department at this point, it's highly possible the situation would have turned out more positively. At the very least, it's possible that a portion of the village might have been saved from tragic annihilation. 6 a.m. Residents in areas in the same region began continuously calling 119 to report the smells of rotten eggs, dizziness, nausea, and headaches. The fire department received the same reports, all from the same confined region. They speculated a truck loaded with chemicals might have gotten into an accident and reported it to the local police. 6:30 a.m. Contact was lost with a patrol car on duty in Hinamazawa area after the officer reported the smell of rotten eggs. The local police considered the possibility of a large-scale disaster involving highly lethal gas and reported to the prefectural police at 7:15 a.m. At 8 a.m., the government was traveling to nearby prefectures for inspection. So in accordance with the regulations, the prefectural environment disaster prevention chief was provisionally escalated to director, general, and set up a disaster countermeasure office. I got hiccups. However, without contacting the governor, the countermessage came too late. As has recently been pointed out by citizen groups, his trip with honorary diet members to inspect other prefectures was based solely on good relations, and it's rumored they have preoccupied themselves with a drinking party. Sources closer to him claim the governor had been drinking all night and had gone to sleep in a drunken state. He was completely drunk when the environmental chief phoned him as well, and apparently he could not get him to pay any attention to the matter. And so, it took about an hour for the governor to sober up, gain an understanding of the situation, and gather information. Thought there was a spider on me, it's fine. Though not as extreme as the governor's case, the environmental chief, who became director general in the governor's absence, will likely also be questioned about his negligence. In addition, without any procedures in place on the prefectural side that predicted catastrophes this massive, they would always react too late, and that ended up being fatal. 9:12 a.m. On the advice of the prefectural police, the governor requested a disaster relief mission from SDF. By the time the chemical defense unit, equipped with protective equipment, arrived at the scene, 8 hours had already passed since the incident's outbreak. Whatever the case may be, it was unfortunate this happened while everyone was asleep in the middle of the night. Had the same disaster occurring during the day, it likely would have been entirely different. All households in Hinamazawa village region are wiped out. There are over 1,000 victims. The SDF is still confirming the situation on the ground, but the results are predicted to only increase that number. Here with us in the studio today is Dr. Fujiwara, a professor at B University who is well acquainted with volcanic disasters. Doctor, can such a sudden and horrible outburst of poisonous gas actually happen? It isn't at all unusual for this to happen right out around craters, at least. Japan is a volcanic nation, and so has many active volcanoes. always a danger of a hazardous gas around any of these craters. And it's generally a rule among mountain climbers not to go near them. Does this mean the rotten egg smell that visited Hinamazawa was a normal sort of gas from volcanic craters? Judging by how it smelled like rotten eggs, we think it was hydrogen sulfide, a gas seen particularly frequent in accidents compared to other volcanic gases. If it's dense, it becomes extremely dangerous. Hinamazawa village is very far away from the craters of any volcano. Can hydrogen sulfide be generated even from a place not close to a crater? I don't know all the details, so I can't say anything concrete. But in other countries, there are records of gas erupting due to magma buildup under hot springs. It's an extremely rare event, but it is possible for such a thing to have happened in a region not near craters. Thank you very much, Doctor. We appear to have an announcement for the Japan Defense Agency. Miss Morikawa, are you there? Yes, I am the Japan Defense Agency. The agency has just made an announcement regarding the source of the Hinamazawa village gas disaster. Analysis from the Ground Self-Defense Forces Department of Chemistry has found that the gas was a mixture of carbon dioxide and hydrogen sulfide. Miss Morikawa, do you know whether the gas is still erupting or spreading to nearby areas? According to the SDF's 9th Division, who are currently engaged in a research operation at Hinamazawa Village, the gas density is steadily increasing. Or decreasing. They've announced that the damage will not spread. However, it does not change the fact that surrounding areas are still in danger, and that very strict observation must be maintained. That was Morikawa from the Japan Defense Agency. And now, we have a report on the state of those who have been made to evacuate the Okinomiya area. Shinozaki Elementary School is one of the evacuation sites, and we currently have a reporter. Wait, what? Inside the Jeep, clambering and bouncing along with the rough road, none answered my muttered question. An unprecedented catastrophe had destroyed Hinamazawa in a single night. Where was Hinamazawa village anyway? Someplace deep in the mountains, right? Names of places I'd heard about on the radio were always like that. They were all places I'd never heard of, much less knew the location of. Wiped out? What does that mean? Don't they usually say how many died? And how many were injured? How many people are still alive? Where did everyone evacuate to? Eventually, we came into view of Coach's clinic. For the first time, I saw the flag of Japan hanging on a pole outside. Japan's circular song hung down as though exhausted. Many STF tents were set up in the clinic's big parking lot, and many strict security vehicles are parked there as well. When they saw the Jeep coming, men in white clothing and gas masks came running out of the clinic, frantic, carrying a stretcher. You're gonna be alright. How do you feel? Can you walk? Yes. Ow! Because of my ows, they forced me to lay in the stretcher anyway. People who seem like doctors were looking at me and notifying others of my condition via radio. Multiple wounds, a high possibility of fractures and internal damage, large laceration in the head, Pupils normal, but even without bleeding from the fundus, brain damage is still possible. And then, from the clinic's entrance, people lying on stretchers are brought outside to replace me. Judging by their clothing, they're from Inazawa, and that's how I knew they were victims. They brought the stretchers in front of a truck. 2 troops, holding shoulders and legs, like some kind of baggage, picked them up and threw them into the trunk. In the trunk of the truck, people's bodies piled in heaps. They were just like baggage, and that told me they were already nothing but shells. At that moment, I remembered all those colorful sacks filling the trucks, and then lined up in the schoolyard like a fish market. Hundreds of empty shells. Corpses. Corpses, 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 corpses! Corpses! You jackasses! Don't just throw the victims in like that! They lived here! The troops carrying the sacks answer me with this humble salute. The world didn't need this insane version of Hinazawa. My final wish, again, it was granted. I didn't understand anything anymore. None of it mattered. I wished, I cursed, and then it happened the next day. Then please, tomorrow morning, let me die. That insane night is still going on. Please, please end it already. Somehow my feelings about this game got snuck into the game. Huh? Hey, he's lost consciousness. Shout his name, quickly. Matabata-kun, can you hear me? If you can hear me, just blink. Matabata-kun! 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 Suddenly, the world didn't matter to me anymore. I wasn't interested in their cries. His breathing stopped. Get his respiratory tract open. Use CPR. Make him live. Damn it, damn it! No more dead people. Nobody deserves to die. Don't kill him. Don't kill him. I could hear the voice of a man crying and screaming in my ear. Nobody deserves to die. Those words came from his heart. They were so commonplace. And they sucked into my heart too. Maybe it was a mistake to take someone's life. Even if it was to save Sadako. If this is the price I had to pay, this horrible tragedy, then this is a little much, Arashida-sama. Why did you never punish me? Couldn't think of it, Sadako had said something. Welcome on in, Sahara Yang. That's an awesome name, welcome to the Horde. Thank you for the subscribe. Thank you. That was a quick surprise out of nowhere. I was so lost in the ring, I forgot what I was doing. Welcome, welcome. Love to see a new face. That was a cool name though, wasn't it? I like that name. So is it all because of Volcano then? Well, kind of. I mean, kind of. But it was also Keiichi and Orashiro-sama and the fact that Riko is dead. I think it all just accumulated. And it killed them all. Everyone is dead. Sadako is dead. Mion is dead. Reina is dead. Everyone is dead. This is one of the worst goddamn endings we've had. Oh my god. I was okay when it was just Keiichi that died. But now the whole Hinamizawa is dead. They're all dead. Oh, what a horrifying thought, though. That a gas like that could release while you're asleep. And you wouldn't even know about it. And you never wake up the next day. It's horrifying. What the fuck, game? But using it as a punishment because Keiichi killed someone, even if it was the abusive jackass of an uncle, to pay for his sin like this? Holy shit, man. Holy shit. Come to think of it, Sadako said something. Oshio-sama's actual curse never goes for the target at first, but kills everyone they love before that. Oshio-sama's curse. It was a convenient excuse. I told myself at the very end that it wasn't my curse that destroyed it, but Orishiro-sama's. Given that I was in a stretcher, the next spirit might have been obvious. Last of all, I realized one thing. Yeah, today, I had not heard those footsteps following me, even once. And now, I was liberated. As the cries of the Higurashi I couldn't have been hearing filled my mind. Their tearfulness in symbol was the only funeral march I had. Liberation escaped at last. Wow. June 22nd, 1983, early morning. A widespread disaster occurred in Hinamizawa Village, Shishibone Prefecture. Volcanic gas, carbon dioxide, and hydrogen sulfide erupted from Onikafuji Swamp, one of the Hinamizawa's water sources, and spread through the entire village. There are 1,200 victims, 20 have gone missing. The catastrophe was unprecedented, forcing... According to later investigations, minor pools and hot springs were uncovered directly under Onikafuji Swamp, and the gas that gushed from it was determined to be the cause of the disaster. In addition, directly after the incident broke out, many came forth claiming that the disaster was a curse based on the Hinamizawa village legends, first sparking a wave of chaos. There are apparently local legends of a curse spreading of miasma, destroying the village, and some scholars believe, god damn it, more extreme protocols suggested that there was an extension of the string of freak death incidences that had happened in recent years in Hinamizawa village, stirring interest in those theories about the curse of Orishiro-sama. In addition, relatives of those Hinamizawa village who have escaped the disaster complained. On top of that, several relatives professing to be possessed by Orishiro-sama's curse committed suicide in strange ways. And the impact of disaster had wild visions of terrible gas sneaking around in the middle of the night, killing people spread across the country, causing a steady stream of people complaining of insomnia, difficulty breathing, headaches, dizziness, etc. And some identify themselves as being obsessed by it being doing odd things. Most of these were mistakenly attributed to the tabloid press. God damn it! The Hinamizawa village region and the objects of the kind of rumors and speculation is currently closed off. The prohibition was at one point undone as a result of a decrease in gas density, but that autumn another gas burst was confirmed, leading to the area being condoned off again. Oh my god. Only one survivor remains, Keiichi Marabara, age blank, who lived in Hinamizawa. At the time of the rescue, procedure, he was kept alive. He is currently in the hospital. The press have been asking for him for some time, but all interviews are refused. What did he see in Hinazawa? What happened between the 21st and 22nd? Today, he remains silent, unwilling to speak of it. God, fuck damn! God, fuck damn! Why you gonna do that to me right at the end? Oh shit, look at that! Possibly committed suicide in the village? Strangled to death in the mountains? I thought she was burned. Oh, body burn. Went missing during investigation. Possibly committed suicide. Possibly murder at the shrine. Wow. My voice hurts after that one. That's so hard to read. Wait. Is this everyone? Attempted suicide at the victim's hospital? Is Keiichi still alive? Damn! That was absolutely fucked! I never saw that ending coming! Holy goddamn wow! Wow! What? Holy shit! That was amazing! The sole survivor! Damn that volcano! Well, it turned out to be Onigafuji Swamp! The swamp itself was releasing the gas! That's crazy! Only Keiichi is alive, the sole survivor? Is he the destined hero? Yes, I am. Woo! We did it! We did it! After so long! I'm so glad I did that last one. Oh, no, what? 2003? Late summer? Well, that's quite a time skip. Keiichi's still alive! An elderly couple living in Osaka Prefecture discovered a cassette tape while organizing the possessions of their son, who passed away eight years ago. Their son went missing when his fishing boat capsized in 1995. He was 47 at the time of his death. 8 years later, in 2003, they had begun to organize their son's remains in order to organize their mind, and came across the cassette tape in question. From 1975 to 1989, the deceased had experience working as a journalist for a photography chronicle, and this tape is thought to have been created during that time. Tomoitake? The label on the tape read, November 28th, 1983, Keiichi Matabata. It is thought the tape was recorded during an interview with Keiichi Matabata, the only survivor of the Great Hinamazawa disaster that occurred in the June of 1983. As the only person who lived through the disaster on the night of June 21st, shrouded in mystery, many interested parties attempted to question him, but he never once spoke physically to anyone in public place. Therefore, the tape caused quite a stir, possibly being of extremely high value. Click. It's really hard to talk about stuff when I know I'm being recorded. Please, don't worry about it. Here, it won't be a problem if I do this, right? After this, the sound quality dramatically decreases. Did he cover the recording device with something? Then, let's get started. Here's my first question. Keiichi-kun, where were you the night of the great disaster? I had gone behind the shrine. and then took a path through the woods for a while. There's a rope bridge there. A little while before you get into the mountains. I fell from there and lost consciousness. Did this happen during the night of the disaster between the 21st and the 22nd? No. It was the morning of the 21st, on Tuesday. Which means I woke up the afternoon of the next day. I think I was out for a day and a half. Why on earth were you there? I mean, I'm sure everyone wants to know, but the bridge you fell from that day, a weekday I might add, was quite far from both your house and the school, wasn't it? Speaking frankly, there are some who say you knew of the great disaster beforehand and fell from the rope bridge as you were trying to flee the village. This isn't a joke. Please don't be so arbitrary about this. I think it's a terrible thing to say too. Please don't be offended. Anyway, about the rope bridge you fell from. It was right here on the map, right? The rope bridge beyond the back of the shrine and through the path in the woods. Probably. I never went over there, so I can't say for sure. I guess I just want to know why you were out somewhere you've never been before on a weekday morning. And then, well, about the bed you fell unconscious of. Have you heard the rumors about that being impossible? Impossible? That word. Again. For a little while, Kichimaibara mutters the word impossible several times. Why would it be impossible? You know how the volcanic gas originated in Onigafuji Swamp, right? Some scholars did some pretty delicate simulations and modeling and discovered something very interesting. The volcanic gas was heavier than the air, so it went along the ground, flowing into lower and lower places, kind of like what water does. And with Onigafuji Swamp as its source, they were able to test how much time it would take for the gas to erupt and spread across the whole village. So, well, that riverbed that you were unconscious of, the gas, it would have flowed down there. I don't really understand what you're getting at. In other words, if you were really passed out on that riverbed, you would have been in the middle of all that toxic gas that was spreading everywhere that night. That means there was no chance you could have passed out there. Allow me to be a little more frank. I think that maybe you might be telling a lie? During the great disaster, you were hiding in a safe place, keeping an eye out for when the gas got thinner, then reappear when you were secured by the SDF. How about that? Is that right on the mark? For a short time, the journalist pressed Kichimaibara further, in a teasing way, but all that can be heard with a heavy sigh. Even if that was the case, I wouldn't be surprised at this point. What do you mean you wouldn't be surprised? Was this recording really taken to Marabara? Some harbor suspicion. The fuck? You said it before, didn't you? That it was impossible. Impossible things happen in Himazawa all the time. There are people who shouldn't exist. Dead people end up alive. It's not really that unusual. Never thought I, of all people, would be asked to prove that I was still alive when I was supposed to have died. The journalist and Kichimaibara both laughed for a while. To verify its authenticity, I had others in Marbar family check T's with his voice in it. However, the sound was not clear, and much time had passed, so the relatives I checked with couldn't remember what he sounded like. I was unable to gain positive proof it was actually Kichimaru's voice. His family? Aren't they all dead? I guess grandparents that don't live in Hinamazawa? Sure? Or his parents were out of town, but they never said that. Alright then, I'll change the subject. What do you think of the debate about whether this disaster was a curse? The 5th year of the serial freak death incidents in Hinamazawa? I don't think it was. I was the curse that year, after all. Huh? What do you mean? I was just answering the question. Doubts also remain regarding the date, November 28th, written on the tape. The curse, well, you probably won't believe me when I tell you this. I was the one who caused it. I was the one who wished for the whole village to die. And it happened. What an exciting story! Exciting? I suppose you could call it that. Atamara-bara's failed suicide attempt on a certain August day, 2 months after the disaster, he was diagnosed with mental disorder and transported to a treatment facility. I was the one who killed Takano-san, and Coach, and Oshi too. At the time, I had some kind of divine power. Yes, I suppose it was like footsteps. Footsteps? Wait, what's that supposed to mean? Have you never heard footsteps before? Tip-tap, click-click, coo-coo-coo. The facility never allowed any news coverage, so it's extremely unlikely that the tape from the media dated after August 1983 and would have had his voice on it. Today, you're walking around. Try stopping suddenly. Something interesting will happen. Anyway, if you hear an extra footstep, even though you already stopped walking, you better be careful, you know? Yes, I'll be careful. Is that what I'm saying? Really that funny to you? However, the reporters have been criticized for his forceful method of collecting data when he was active. It is still possible that he broke into the facility and forced Kichimaru to talk. Oh, damn. You've been doing nothing but laughing in my face this whole time. You're just like Coach. You pretend to sympathize with me, to listen to what I have to say, but your eyes are telling me you think I'm a lunatic. That's not true. No, I can tell. Your eyes are the same as Coach's. Is this truly Kichimaru's voice? The authenticity of this recording is still wrapped in mystery. I've never heard the footsteps again after that day. So, I don't think I have that terrible power anymore. Perhaps right now, right here, I'll wish for you to die. I'll wish for your death, for saying all those unpleasant things. Yes, this time, why don't I decide how you die? Takano-san was burnt to death, so let's go with the opposite, with water. I hope you drowned and die. How's that? 15 years after the tape was created, the reporter, just as Kichimaru had predicted, died in an accident out in sea. If I'm in top form like I was then, you'd die before tomorrow morning for sure. Now then, I wonder how many days it'll take you to drown. You better be careful. Don't go getting yourself killed by some stupid curse I put on you, okay? Wow! The recording ends in the middle of Kichimaru's laughter. And Kichimaru late on night of November 30th, 1983, 2 days after the interview, he suddenly died. Records remain of the strange word he kept giving after pressing the call button before he died. An extra set of footsteps. Oh God, why? Why was there a child laugh? I do not like that at all. Holy fuck, bro. Holy fuck, though. Damn. I am not gonna do any of that. Hell no. I am not gonna listen to the cast, alright? The Great Hinamazawa disaster. Learn what happened next. Holy wow. Fuck, that scared me, right? What was that little child laugh? What the fuck was that? What the hell, man? I don't need that. Imagine the mental damage being the only one alive. Damn. Damn. How much of this game is left? That was the end. That was it. That was the end. We're done. We did it. We got through all of Chapter 3. Finally, after all this time. How many hours did I put into this game? God damn, dude. Let me check real quick. Let me say 30 hours? Holy fucking wow. That is a lot of reading. Everyone is dead. They're all dead. Holy fuck! That was by far the worst ending so far. Like, everyone died this time. Everyone! But I'm still left with so many questions. Was the uncle alive? What happened with Rika? I just... What happened? Oh, Kichi's considered dead inside? Yeah, he is. Yep. That was absolutely fucking wild, though. There are few fates that are worse than death. Being the sole survivor of a disaster that took the lives of everyone else is one of those fates. Yep. That was awful. Could you imagine me in Kichi's shoes? All you wanted to do was save your friend from being abused. I mean, yeah, he killed him. But did he really deserve such a terrible punishment? Why did Rika have to die? Whatever happened to Reina and Mion? Like, clearly they died because of the gas. But they were trying to bring me to the damn site. That was just randomly for no reason? I wish I had gone to the damn site. God damn. Well, that was a crazy time. That was definitely the craziest chapter so far. That is not how I expected it to end at all. I don't remember this kind of ending. That was crazy. Hey-yo. But I guess next time we'll be working on Chapter 4, which I think has Rika on the cover, so she'll at least be nice to see her again. Divine punishment is often more extreme than the crime the person did who got it. But why? Why, man? Was Arashiro-sama pissed off that we killed in his name? Is that why? What's next? Chapter 4. What is it called? I forgot. I constantly forgot this one. It's called... this chapter is called Tatarigoroshi, which never came up. I don't know what that means. Let me see. Chapter 4. Oh, it's actually got Oshi on here. Ah, but there's a lot of Rika, okay. Oh, shit. There's already crazy shit. But chapter 4 is Himasubushi. These words are so weird. That's the last one I have in my library. But I know they're up to chapter 7 now. I gotta get the other chapters. We will be doing chapter 4 soon. I want to finish it before the end of the year. And then I guess we'll work on it next year. We'll do 6 or 5 and 6. And then we'll wait for 7. And probably by that time there might be an 8th. Crazy shit, man. I can't believe they're still making these games. That was so crazy. I could have never expected that's how this was gonna go. After killing the uncle, I thought we were gonna go find Satoshi. I know where Satoshi is. At least I thought I knew where he was, but we never went there. Who killed Rika? Who killed Rika? That was so many deaths. So many. Damn, dude. To pay for 1 cent took over 1,200 people. It also said 30 had disappeared. I wonder where they went. Interesting. Maybe we'll find out next time. For right now, I need to go. My voice is dead. After doing the auto reading, I was very dead. I hate when it auto types for me. That stuff sucks. Buried underground? Probably. Not gonna lie, probably. But I know Mion and Shion have like an underground area. We were there before. So they could have survived down there if they knew this was gonna happen. Unless it somehow seeped into the underground. I did say it went below. I don't think anybody was above. I don't know. That was absolutely crazy. What a good end of the chapter. I'm so glad Coach died. I'm so happy. I never want to see that creepy guy again, you know. So many red flags. So many red flags. I swear, if he was still alive, he was gonna do something to Sadako. I didn't trust him for a fucking second. Not a goddamn second. Dude was absolutely crazy. And I don't want to deal with it. So let me see. Oh, there's someone streaming. Is it gonna keep going or is he ending? Just gotta make sure. Hold on. I'm surprised Dawn's not on right now. Oh, Dawn ended 20 minutes ago? He was playing Celeste? Oh, I feel bad that I missed that. Damn it. Alright. Well, we're gonna go raid Shinobu again then. Playing some more of that Evil Within. That'll be a good time. Yeah. Until next time, Coach. Until next time. You guys all have a wonderful night. Thank you all for joining me for so long. I can't believe that was a 30-hour visual novel. That was more reading I did than my entire high school years. That was so much. But it was worth it. Didn't really have a creepy ending, but what a horrifying ending. That is so fucked up. To be the sole survivor after everything that happened. More than 6 hours today? Yeah, 6 hours is usually where I gotta go. Cause my voice is gone. It's gone. I can't do anything about it. Bye tonight, you guys. Always good to have you guys. I hope you enjoyed. That was insane. Can't believe you guys stick around just to hear me read a story. That's amazing. Thank you. I hope you liked it. I had a good time. This was good. Like, from chapter 10 and on, was pretty fucking good. Before that, I could leave it. That was a lot of chapters to get to something good, man. Bible core here. I'll go reach Nobu. Looks like some insane shit's going on. I see raccoons already over there. Thank you, raccoon. You guys all have a wonderful night, raccoon. You have a good day. I'll see you all next time. Oyo! Rashiro-sama. Oyo-sumi. Bye.